Hello everybody, welcome to the April 2022 Tarot Card and Astrology Prediction videos. Thank you so much for being here. If you're new to my channel, my name is Jane. Welcome. We are super happy to have you here. Before we get into the cards, I wanted to do just a few little updates. I wanted to talk about the Instagram scammer thing that's going on. I wanted to talk about just a health update for those of you who care or are paying attention. And for private readings, I wanted to talk about that as well. If you don't care about any of that, then go ahead and just jump right into your tarot card reading. Timestamps are going to be in the description box in the comment thread down below, so you'll be able to quickly access your zodiac sign. Highly recommend your sun, moon, and rising sign based on Western astrology. If you follow Vedic astrology, please be sure to watch your moon sign, but just know that I am a Western astrologer, so I technically will use all Western transits. So just FYI on that one. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So let's talk about this Instagram scam thing that's been going on for a couple of years. Guys, my only handle, my only account on Instagram is Jane International, all spelled out, JaneInternational. That's it. I do not have any second account. Okay, please do not give these people money. Some people are telling me they're trying to charge them like $1,000 for a reading or something. It's ridiculous. Okay, please do not do this. I will never send you a DM asking you for if you want to do a reading or saying, oh, I felt divinely inspired or whatever. I will never do that. The only way to book a reading from me is through my website, and that has to come from you. So like I'm kind of hands off on all of that. I just wanted to kind of let everybody know, because there's just, I think every tarot reader, every astrologer, every spiritual person, every life coach, every nutritionist, there's just like so many scammers out there. So please just be vigilant and make sure that you are, verifying before you send any money to anybody, okay? Secondly, a little health update, just for those of you guys who are following along. I am improving, but it's a very slow improvement, but improvement nonetheless. So we are on the upswing of things. My energy levels have been incredibly low, which is why I never did any Pisces reading. I have never slept so much in my entire life. I think my body has needed like this full whole scale repair, just because the flare up was so like impacting literally like multiple organs, not just my kidneys, but it was my heart, it was my lungs. I had some brain stuff going on, and there was just a lot of inflammation literally everywhere. I do have an appointment next month with a practitioner of functional medicine, so we're going to be getting tons and tons of tests going on. I'm working with a homeopath. I'm working with energy healers. I'm working with, full spectrum. I'm eating my diet like super clean and healthy with tons of blueberries and all the, anti-inflammatory foods, everything. Like, we're really doing everything the best we can. As it stands, they have taken me off of dialysis, giving me a couple of weeks just to kind of watch and see how things are going. But the inflammation is down enough that I don't need to be hooked up to the machine anymore. So that's a really positive, improvement. So we're good on that. So excuse me, I'm sorry. But I think that's pretty much it for now. I think my energy is starting to come back finally after a month, multiple months really, of just being in like this very decrepit state. As much as I hate to say that, but it is coming back, and we are moving forward, and things are on the positive end of the spectrum. So that's good. For private readings, I'm still behind. If you book a private reading, just know that it's going to be a few weeks out. Now that my energy is coming back a little bit, I'll be focusing solely on private readings for the upcoming weeks and getting caught up on all the February, March bookings that I had. I needed to get April out because I needed the income. So we needed that. But we are getting back on track, or I am getting back on track. April will still be delayed. Hopefully I'll be a little bit better with delivery in May. But just know that if you book a private reading through April, that there still may be a 2 to 3 week delivery time. And I'll put a note in the description box down below regarding that as well. Just as an FYI, I just have to be like totally true to like the health stuff that's going on with myself, and to gauge as best I can in terms of what I'm able to do, what I'm capable of doing. So I appreciate all the kindness and the generosity and the understanding that you guys have offered me. Although I don't plan on, taking advantage of that, but I have needed to lean on that just a little bit in order to kind of get me through. So I really, really appreciate it. And that's pretty much everything in terms of updates. So thank you. And now go ahead and click on your timestamps and let's get into the reading. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. First of all, happy birthday to all you Aries out there. I hope you guys get to celebrate and do something wonderful and amazing for your big special day. So let's go ahead and get started here for the April reading, starting with the Knight of Coins, which is the card that signifies truly what the universe needs from you. Knight of Coins is a very industrious energy, right? He has this capacity to really just go to work. And I feel like Aries has been working, like you've been working. And that's the environment, actually. Saturn ruled Devil card, and we even have the Saturn return age card, which came out here as well. So there's a lot of Saturnian energy at play in your chart right now. But I don't think that it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, Saturn can be a very difficult quality, but when it's coupled with the Knight of Coins, there is an essence of achievement. And I don't think that you're really going to be able to get away from that. And then the desire to achieve, the desire to get something done, right? Because this is like a Virgo energy, and it's all about like, okay, what can I do today? What can I do with my money? What can I do with my time? What can I do with my family, with my partner? And it's very task oriented, and it's about the achievement or checking off the boxes of those tasks. Now, it's not the most sexy energy, but it actually gets you the sexy things in life, right? It's what pulls you or drives you from point A to point B. And there's something to be said for that. And the Knight of Coins is relentless when it comes to the details. And with Venus moving into Pisces, I've in my personal life, not necessarily on the channel, but in my personal life, I've been telling all my friends, I'm like, I think April's going to be the best month of the year, right? I do, because we've got Venus in exaltation, finally, out of her, really Saturnian ruled transits of Capricorn and Aquarius. And then she moves now finally into Pisces. She's exalted. We've got Jupiter conjunct Neptune, both in rulership here. So Venus, Jupiter, and Neptune, all in incredibly advantageous places. And this can impact all of us in many different ways. For you, this is 12th house activity, which means that you're kind of coming out of this heavy binding. And I see that here with the 9 of Swords reversed. The Devil is, he's a slow energy, but he always delivers. He always gives us reward. He never denies. He may delay, but he never denies. He'll ensure that you'll get what you truly deserve. He'll ensure that the money comes in. He'll ensure the contracts close. He'll ensure that the new customers or the new people or the new relationships or the new whatever, he ensures that the work that you've done internally, externally, is not unnoticed. And I feel with this 9 of Swords reversed that you are coming out of something that may have been quite stressful, right? That you have been either financially strapped, or there's been an emotional something that's been going on, or you've just been crushing it or really out of balance in terms of being at work. I mean, I know we've been in this Kala Sarpa yoga. For those of you who don't know what that is, a Kala Sarpa yoga is what happens when all the planets are on one side of the nodes, right? So 180 degrees has all the planets, and then the other 180 degrees is empty, drawn with the line, horizontal line across the chart with the nodes. So we've been in this Kalasarpa yoga for quite some time now, and we've been in certain areas. There have been certain areas of our life that have had to take precedence. We've had to really push with certain things. We've had to maybe do things that maybe we really didn't want to do. We've had to sacrifice time away from home or children or work or whatever. We've had to sacrifice. And now that is sort of starting to unravel, we have this Eight of Cups, which says, well, things are going to start truly blossoming for you. And it always does in Aries season anyway, whether you're in Aries or not, because Aries season is about new beginnings. This is when we start to truly plant new seeds. It's when our ideas start to really come to life. It's when we really get to begin the process of manifestation or materialization, if you will. And I feel like your heart is feeling full and hopeful and grateful, and that the structure that this Knight of Coins is kind of setting in place for you feels grounded, right? You feel grounded. We've got the base chakra card over here, which says that there's a lot going on with the base energy. So your material life, your finances, your sexual life, your basics, like your basic needs, really. And when those things are all started flourishing, then all of the creativity and all of the love and the open hearts can really start to go forward. And the Ace of Swords reversed, I think that there's a lot of things that when it comes to forward projection in your life, like where is this all going? I don't think the Aries is really concerning themselves very much with those types of questions. And I don't think that you really should be, or that there's any need for that. I think that being here in this present moment and actually like really putting emphasis on the Ace of Cups energy in your life, which is the gratitude and the appreciation for what kind of is, and for the compression that you may have felt. To express the gratitude for that contrast, so that you can then blossom at this time to get away from the contrast things that you don't want in your life. There's a lot of people that are like, I don't know where this is going. And we're not just talking about world events. I'm talking about you in your life with your careers and your relationships and your financial future and your families, right? Like, where is this all going? And we don't know. And we're not sure. But there's this beauty of how this is unfolding for you. And we have this Eight of Wands, which is about swift motion and swift movement and things happening quickly. And I sense that there's actually this very strange push-pull. Like, things are moving fast, but it feels like it's slow motion. And I don't know that Aries is feeling impatient per se. I actually don't feel impatience from, in fact, maybe the opposite. Like, this is kind of the opposite of what I would normally feel for my Aries. And I think Chiron has a lot to do with that. We begin April 1st with a Sun-Chiron conjunction, right? I mean, Sun and Chiron, a time for healing. I mean, that's what really Pisces season was really all about. And then moving into Aries season, now we feel more complete. But in this sense of completion, there might still not necessarily be things that we are super clear about where we want to go, and that's okay. But we're still barreling forward. And the thing that's really beautiful about April, I mean, we're officially moving into eclipse season, right? I mean, April 30th, very end of the month, we have this eclipse, and it's happening very, very close to Uranus, right? We got Uranus involved again. 10 degrees of Taurus, partial solar eclipse here. So there's like this this essence of change, but it's so revolutionary and it's so different and it's so out of character and it is so off course from where you were like 2 and 3 years ago, that even you are still having a hard time truly wrapping your head around how life is carrying you, and yet still in a sense of awe and wonder about the beauty of how balanced everything becomes. And this is the beginning of balance for Aries, I feel. In 2023, you're going to be the host of our North Node. I know I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves, but in 2023, you're going to be in the North Node position. So you're going to have a lot of direction at that time and a lot of self-focus. And there's going to be a lot of drive and a lot of ambition for you at that time. And right now, 2022, 2 + 2 + 2 is 6, which is ruled by Venus. This is a Venus year, and we kicked it off with that Venus retrograde that we just went through conjunct Pluto in Capricorn. This is a year of Venusian themes, balance, and I love that we have this balance, 6 of coins, reciprocity, give and take, inflow, outflow, all about the flow of everything. So if something has to go in your life, even if it's something big like a marriage or a career path, please do not be afraid of what is yet to come, because the Wheel of Fortune is trailing right behind. The Wheel of Fortune is saying, look, this year is about finding adjustment in your life. It's about finding a sense of balance and peace and contentment. It's about finding grounding, especially for your season, to have the base chakra. I love that that's coming out here, and saying like, look, like this is all good. Like this has opened a whole new chapter for you. And even though you have no clue where this is ultimately leading, you have to follow your heart on this one, because we're trying to get you out of this 9 of Swords situation. We're not trying to be in this 9 of Swords all bound up. I mean, you can see the hands all tied. We're not trying to be in that situation anymore. We want this Star, which is all about, open, limitlessness, boundlessness, and our true connection with the cosmos. And I feel that, that there's this sort of dropping of societal and cultural expectation, societal and cultural definitions of what success is, and really coming into your truth of what that means for you. And I think for most everybody, generally speaking, it is about happiness. And I've said multiple times that 2022 is a year about finding happiness, about finding joy, about finding pleasure, right? Venus, it's a Venus year, guys. So this is about all the good things in life. This is about the beauty. It's about the justice. It's about finding what makes your heart happy, and never having to justify that ever to anybody, not even to yourself. And the Star makes that possible here. Actually, this whole reading makes this possible with the Ace of Cups and the 8 of Wands and the 6 of Coins here with the Star. I mean, the Star is about miracles, and we have the Cow Spirit, which says the miracles are endless. So all your job is to just sit in awe and wonder about how weird and crazy and messed up and bizarre and just kind of roller coastery that this life really truly is. And just laugh about it, and just find joy in it. And look at what happens. Ace of Coins. There's money there for you. There's love there for you. There are clients and friendships and new homes and new career. I mean, it's all just like, it's just there. It's just there for you. And all you're doing is just doing what you do, right? I know you have goals and you can still go after those goals, but this is about falling in love with the process, falling in love with the journey itself. But also the achievement is guaranteed. You can fall in love with the process and know that the accomplishment or the finish line will be crossed as well. I see you conquering something financially. I see kind of like a graduation from a Knight of Coins to a Queen of Coins. I see success, significant success there for you, especially as the sun comes through Taurus. We got a lot of activity this month, guys. I didn't really go through too many of the transits. I know I talked about Venus coming into Pisces, which is very exciting. But we also have Mercury coming into Taurus, which is a really industrious quality as well. There's a lot of, really earthy things that get done there. We've got, the eclipse building up as well. Mars enters into Pisces, which is all about fluidity. Okay, that happens on the 10th of April. Mars enters Pisces, so there's a lot of fluidity. There's a lot of flow that's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of surrender, a lot of forced surrender, especially as Mars makes his way into a conjunction with Jupiter and Neptune later on. You're just going to have to be able to just roll with the punches here and to keep your day-to-day life as structured as possible, which you will. And there just really shouldn't be any worries here at this time. But the next 2 months really are about getting you out of sticky spots or sticky situations and moving you into something a little bit more stable and successful and balanced and more like something that you can really grip, that you can really hold on to. Okay, but it's also something that you enjoy as well. I love this Queen of Coins because she's kind of in an autumn state. So there's kind of an aspect of harvest. We have Saturn return, age. Look, you guys, whether you like it or not, you're operating from a place of wisdom, and we have the Milky Way perspective. All of this all of this Piscean energy that we have, it's going to offer us that super, super high level perspective, which means that even though you're operating in the mundane, in the more survival aspects of things, when you do those things from a high level perspective, there really aren't that many problems in your life because you just don't get worked up about things. You don't worry, you don't think, you don't overthink about things. You're out of your head. And you might be a little in your imagination, but I think that's okay. I think that's great. I think being in your imagination is what is going to enable a lot of this progress here, because it's not about caring so much as it is about just like, I want to do this, and it sounds great, and it sounds fun. And it sounds like it's something that, I don't know, might be something of my destiny or might be something in my future. And I think you're going to start seeing success with that new thing. You're going to start seeing your income coming from it, or it's going to be something surprising, something unexpected, something that you really, really weren't concerning yourself with, or something you weren't thinking was going to turn into something that it's about to turn into. So giving birth to new ideas right now is really, really advantageous for Aries, for sure. You have the wisdom, you have the knowledge, you have the skill, please do not underestimate the talent of who and what you are at this moment in time, because it's powerful and it's given you a really, really good base. Okay? I mean, this is a super exciting month for you guys. Oh, you know what? We got the Devil again. I'm not going to pull it because I don't have reversals in here yet. But let me just shuffle a few times and get some reversals. We're going to pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive really quick. Okay. Oh, actually, let me start with this other deck first. Doing something just a little bit different. I'm going to be clarifying these two cards with a totally different deck, which is not what I normally do. Not small change, not really a big deal, but I've included major arcana in here as well. So, okay. And this is a full deck here. So let's go ahead and clarify the Knight of Coins. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. So the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. Sometimes the story kind of changes a little bit, or we get a lot more detail. So stick with us to see what comes through. So the Knight of Coins, let's see what else Aries needs to know about what the universe needs from them. What else does the universe need from them at this time? We've got, another Ace of Cups. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm being so anal right now. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Ace of Coins. Ooh, King of Wands. We love that. My Virgo-ness is really showing out here. The Virgo for the Virgo card, right? Okay. What else? Oh my gosh, amazing. Look at all these aces, you guys. Ace of Coins, Ace of Cups twice, Ace of Wands. You still have the Ace of Swords. Even though it's reversed, it's still there, but it really is not about the mind, but it's still there. Now for the environment, we have a Knight of Cups reversed. High Priestess. I don't know why, but I'm getting the feeling that the High Priestess is a person. We'll talk about it. Okay, I didn't mean to pull two, but I pulled two. I normally only pull three, but let's do it. Okay, we have the Magician and we have the Four of Coins reversed. Okay, so happy about that Four of Coins reversed. Amazing. All right, now let's get the clarifiers in here. Ugh. Okay, fine, I'll take it. Fine, I'll take it. Okay. I think the devil that flipped over was for that 9 of Swords as well. That 9 of Swords, devil, 5 of Swords. Ooh, another Magician. And the Death card. Okay. And the Devil card I just happened to see as well. Okay, so I get it. Devil wanted to come out. All right, Ace of Cups. King of Coins. Potentially something romantic for those of you who are looking. Doesn't have to be romantic, could be professional as well. 3 of Cups. And another star. I feel like Aries should have really high hopes for what the rest of this year will bring for them, starting now. The Hierophant and 4 of Swords. 8 of Wands with the Empress. Page of Cups, King of Wands, 3 of Swords, Judgment, and the 6. Ooh, another 6 of Coins reversed. Well, not another, but 6 of Coins. This time it's reversed. Kind of like the reversal and the upright sort of cancels each other out, and the Sun on top of the Wheel of Fortune. Amazing. And the Ace, another Ace. 3 Ace of Cups, actually. 3 Ace of Cups. And a Hanged Man. Slow but fast. What can I tell you? And another Wheel of Fortune. And the World. Oh, a 9 of Swords. And there you are, Queen of Wands. The Moon. 9 of Wands. Chariot. Five of Wands reversed, and a High Priestess, and a 10 of Coins at the bottom of the deck. Okay, this is where we're going to pick up for you, Aries. You guys know I love you. I wish you an amazing birthday. Again, happy birthday. Have a great April, and I'll see you guys very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. I'm super excited about this set of cards for you. I feel like there's so much potential here for April. I know that your ruling planet, right, Venus, she was definitely, doing some things, but she's coming into exaltation now. And I think that there's going to be a significant or a substantial breath of fresh air quality that many people have been really needing and wanting and waiting for. So let's get started with the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe truly needs from you right now. Now, this is actually the card that represents your opposite sign, Scorpio. There is still a groundedness, even though it's a watery energy, it's still a groundedness, but there's also an emotional maturity coming forth. And I feel like this is a month where you really don't have a choice, or there really is no point in denying what it is that you emotionally truly are being guided to do. I feel like everything is very black and white, very cut and dry, very easy to discern, to delineate what it is. Like, yes, this is what I want. Yes, this is where I want to go. Yes, this is how I want it to be. And to just be very clear and honest and forthright about that with everyone and everything, specifically yourself. I mean, when we have the North Node in your sign, You can't deny things, right? I mean, you can try, but the more and more you do that, the further and further more disconnected you get from your joy. And I've said a million times, and will continue to say, that 2022 is a year of, for us individually, maybe not as a world or as a globe, but for us to really figure out what just makes us happy, and to be able to move in that direction with grace and with appreciation and gratitude and humility and with strength as well, with an unrelenting strength and power, and say, this is what makes me happy. This is what brings me joy in this life. And I'm going to stop chasing the things that the world, the devil, the world, right, is telling me that I need to do, and the things the world and culture and society tells me that I need to care about. There seems to be like an independent streak for Taurus, right? Kind of separating from the crowd, sort of isolating, especially during Aries season, which is 12th house activation. We've got a lot of 12th house going on, especially like April 1st. Like we start off the month April 1st, Sun, Chiron conjunction with a new moon with Mercury. All these planets just boom together. And this is kind of like a final moment in the year where we get to say, like, this is the end of something that I don't want. And if I need to separate myself from certain situations and certain people and certain relationships and certain jobs, if that's what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done. And I feel like April is not only a time of realization, but a time of like really acceptance that there are things in the environment over here that simply will not change, that there are just toxic people out there, that there are still old earth, quote unquote, type of people that are still operating and still doing what they do, and that this is not what you want to be a part of. And so Taurus has this opportunity here to really shut off this valve, this access that the world has to you. And 12th house is very much about isolation. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be negative isolation, right? It doesn't have to be loneliness. It can be redirecting and moving away and moving toward things and people that are in higher alignment for your higher good. Now, one of the things that really strikes me about the devil is this quality of structure. Now, last Scorpio season, I started talking a lot about structure, and we've all kind of gone through this process of redoing at least one area of our life, whether it's implementing a workout regimen or a diet regimen, or, changing jobs, or, something where we said, you know what, this isn't working for me. This isn't, really going to be beneficial, and it needs to change. And we had the determination and the ambition to change it. We had to get very real with ourselves during the Venus retrograde. But once we do that, once we get real with ourselves, once we have that brutal honesty, especially as an earth sign, right, Taurus, once you have that brutal honesty with yourself, there's no going back, right? Like, you can't lie and you can't live in denial, because that's just not you. That's not what you're built for. So you persevere and you push forward. Now, the top row here, we have the Fool reverse, the World reverse, the Knight of Cups reverse. Now, to me, this tells me that this is like classic Taurian patience with manifestation of new circumstances, right? You're not necessarily in a position of trying to jump into anything new. Now, if something new comes and it's fun and it's exciting, of course, you will be open. You'll be open to receive it. And that's great, but you're also not going to jump to conclusions. I feel like there's a wisdom, devil, there's wisdom here, okay? There's a lot. There's wisdom in how you're moving forward. You're wise because you have past experience. You are wise because you are higher or more highly attuned to yourself, to your intuition, to your dream, right? You're more in touch. And it's not that you're necessarily waiting for anything or anyone. You're just letting things play out. And what I love about it is that it's going to, because of that, because of your fluidity, which is not necessarily a word that a lot of people use to describe Taurus. We have the stereotypical stubbornness or whatever, but like when a Taurus is mature. My goodness, my cat is going crazy. Hold on one second. Let me close this door. Sorry about that. She's just got some boxes out there, so she's going a little bit crazy. But when a Taurus is mature and evolved and is doing the inner work, such as many of you are, you can and do flow. And you align with seasons. It's your connection with Earth. It's your connection with the way that things evolve. And this world reverse is telling me that you know that there's a portal opening for you. You know your life is changing. You know you are changing. You know your direction is changing. And I also know that you know that you're not in a position to really do anything about it. It's just a matter, a King of Cups. This is the groundedness. This is the maturity here that says things are evolving. And I'm only going to move in the direction when I feel that it is time and ready, and when it feels good and when it feels appropriate. And the stubbornness may come in terms of, other people offering their opinion and you telling them to go, screw off, and that's fine. I would say by all means, please do that. Especially if it's a Knight of Cups type person, a Knight of Cups reverse type person who may be kind of malaligned with this devil energy here a little bit, who spews toxicity, who projects, who is still kind of part of that old consciousness that is rapidly fading away, that is rapidly becoming more and more unacceptable. I'm just getting this impression that the line between lower consciousness and higher consciousness is becoming more and more and more clear. And the Knight of Cups reversed is very clear and very obvious that it is, in fact, reversed. This could be someone who is I'm getting a codependent quality, highly self-sacrificial in a negative way, not in a good, positive way. They give their power away a lot. And the trick with the Knight of Cups reversed is they've convinced themselves of their higher morality. They've convinced themselves of how much better they are than most people. They have some level of understanding of spirituality and whatnot, but I feel that it is skewed. It is skewed through some kind of a lens. And I feel that this is a person in your life who is a high quality mirror or a something, I don't know what the word is, but it's something for you to ricochet off of. And it's a very important person. Their role in your life and your growth and what you have going on is crucial for you right now. So it's not important for you to condemn them or to be annoyed by them, but rather to appreciate them and to have compassion for them and to understand that they're here for you in a way that maybe you don't quite understand yet, that makes you better, that makes you stronger, that allows you to ask for better things, that allows you to align more properly. They're here to offer that contrast that you need. So they're perfect. They're exactly perfect in your life. They're exactly what you need. And there's no reason spending any time or thought worrying or thinking or stressing or doing anything about that with them. Just let them be. And I see you pulling away. I know you're gonna go your own direction, and that's fine. And you may need to fight a little bit, 7 of Wands. You may need to put up a little bit of that guard, that guardedness. You may need to really stand your ground with certain things, but that's what Taurus is so good at, so it's not a problem. And, when Venus comes into Pisces, it really does have a lot to do with what you truly value. So, like when you really are sticking up for what you value, when you're sticking up for your spiritual beliefs, your path in an unblinded way, is easy. You can do it. And there will be people that have opinions, for sure. We've got Mercury and Aries right now, and Mercury and Aries can pack a punch. A lot of people got a lot to say about a lot of things. And there's a lot of movement happening with Mercury and Aries. A lot of people go in a lot of different directions. but that's also fine. You can stand firm. And with the Two of Wands, you have a vision. You have a vision, you have this idea of what you want your world to be. We have this lizard spirit which says, dream the world into being. And this is exactly like Pisces energy, Jupiter conjunct Neptune in Pisces, Mars coming into Pisces. There's a lot of dream activation. There's a lot of vision. And that's the thing, is you get to do this. This is a privilege. This is an opportunity. You get to consciously create here. You get to choose, and you get to say, I want that resonance and I don't want that in my life. I want this vibration. I don't want that vibration. I want this thing. I don't want that thing. And you get to be picky, and you get to be choosy, and you get to be a little bit direct with the universe. Because even though the devil is over here in the environment and there's slow movement and you're not in a rush and all this wonderful stuff, right? Even though that's what's happening, the more clear you can be, the better. The devil likes clarity. The devil likes directness. It likes you to approach and say, and have those difficult conversations, to approach the gap, if you will. But you get to dream here. You get to really, really think about, what do you want your love life to look like? What do you want your financial life to look like? What do you want your passion, your contribution? What do you want these feelings? What does this joy really feel like? And you get to attune. And then we also have the second house, which of course is your natural house. So this is a beautiful Taurus card here, and there's a big fat coin on it. So it has a lot to do with money, but it also has a lot to do with deserving and self-worth and feeling like you actually can have the things that you say you want to have. Now, Taurus doesn't normally ever second guess that, but with the recent Venus transits going on, it's going to feel good to come back to that place of feeling like, okay, now I feel hopeful, I feel optimistic, I feel that joy, I feel like it's possible, I feel like I'm operating in the realm of possibilities. And maybe that's something that you have been missing, is you haven't felt like you haven't been operating in the realm of possibilities, that there's been limitation or there's been restriction with things. And now you're starting to really open yourself up and say, okay, it is possible. I need to get out of that mindset. I need to stop thinking that way. I need to get out of my own way. I need to open my channels, and I need to just be a little bit more surrendered. And again, there's a lot of solitude qualities. I said that at the beginning, but we have this island solitude. We also got the hermit coming out as well. And we know that sometimes in order to get back to the self, you do have to pull away a little bit. So that's why this person, whoever this is, and you're going to have to maybe guard yourself a little bit, or you may have to be a little bit rude to people and say, hey, I can't spend time with you. I really just want to be alone tonight. I just really want to be in. I want to stay in. I want to do my meditations. I want to, just go to sleep early, get some rest, whatever it is. I recommend productive solitude, not Netflix and whatever, no distractions. If you have a passion or a creative effort that you do, if you paint or if you cook or if you garden or anything within the home environment, I do recommend you can do that, or spending it with people that bring you joy. Now, I look at this Queen of Wands and she's giving me a very different vibe from the Knight of Cups, which is right above her. I love her yellow, and I love the yellow and the connection with joy and happiness and just overall good things in life. I'm getting this sense that this is a highly positive influence in your life. And I feel that there's an equality here, that this is someone that you respect. There's a mutual respect. There's a mutual admiration. You both have your own lives running parallel. It could be a friend, especially because Pisces activates the 11th house. So there could be a lot of friendship energy coming through. And I think friendship is not discussed enough in tarot and astrology. And it's such an important part of our lives because our friendships offer more free sometimes. Sometimes our friendships, we can be more free. We get to be more of ourselves. There's more acceptance within friendships, whereas within romantic relationships and parent-child relationships, there's a lot more expectations. And we have to work a little bit harder with those kinds of relationships. And this Queen of Wands, I would say, is more of a friend. Someone that is entrepreneurial, who is passionate, who is creative in her own right. And she's just someone that gets you. They get the fire in you. They get the path because they're on the same path, and this could also represent multiple people. It could be a group as well. It doesn't have to be a single person, I suppose. So align yourself with those people, the people that can truly support your visions, because we have this foundations and achievement card here as well. There's a lot of foundational structural energy with the devil here. And I think the Queen of Wands is also, because she's, very close to this card too. So she's a part of that as well. And I think she represents the positive aspects of the devil. She represents the positivity of commitment and loyalty to the dream. And she might be one of the reasons as well why you're okay with things taking time, why you are okay with allowing things to unfold in their natural order, and why you're not stressed and having all this anxiety. Well, hopefully not, right? Not having all this anxiety about why things aren't happening right now. This person can help you with perspective. And we have the 10 of Coins here as well, which, of course, for a Taurus is a beautiful card to get with the second house of owning, because it suggests financial and emotional abundance. This, to me, the 10 of Coins is just like the whole enchilada. It's everything you could ask for. It's the having of everything you could possibly ask for. It's the having of the material and the lifestyle and the earthy things, and it's the having of the high quality relationships and the emotional joy as well. So you have support. You have an emotional foundation. You have people that are truly in your corner. Those are the individuals that you really should make an effort to spend time with. They put a smile on your face. Spend time with them. They make you laugh. They make you cry, laugh, ugly laugh, right? Those are the people. And prioritize it. Put it first. It's more important than the work. It's more important right now. We've had too much Saturn energy. And I like, this card kind of bothered me when it came out, because I was like, oh man, but we still have Mars conjunct Saturn at the beginning of the month. So I get it. We've got the Pluto thing. I get it. But it's time for things to loosen up. And I think right now the universe needs a little bit of a conscious effort for things to truly loosen up. And with Venus and Pisces, it will more naturally anyway, but still, right? We're looking for the flow and the fluidity a little bit more. And again, with justice, things evening out. As much as, Venus rules Taurus, she also rules Libra, which has a lot to do with justice and the balancing of the scale. So here's the Venus kind of with the other zodiac rulership of Libra showing up here and saying, don't worry, everything's going to come back into balance. So this is why you don't need to stress, right? And this is why you definitely shouldn't let this silly Knight of Cups stress you out or create any anxiety whatsoever, because everything will even out. This Justice card in a very foundational position in this 9-card block, right? Bottom center. It's like a keystone kind of position. Like the top and the bottom are like very important positions, and everything's going to work out. Everything that you lost, you will gain. Everything that everything that was in will go out. Everything that was out will go in. I mean, everything will rebalance. Everything will recalibrate. Now, one card that we got was this: a new romantic cycle begins. And I'm looking at this Knight of Cups here. I'm like, no, it's not the Knight of Cups. It's not the Queen of Wands. But I'm looking at this Page of Swords, and I feel like there's something, like there's a connection there. Now, this card came out, fell right upright with the Hermit, so I had to take it because technically it fell out, so I got to take it. So there are possibilities for you here romantically. If you're married, it's a renewal. If you are single, it's possibly someone brand spanking new. If you're not looking, it's possibly a little bit of a surprise. If you definitely don't want it, then probably you're cut off to it, so you probably won't get it. But it depends on really where you're at. But when it comes to romance, I don't know that it gets more romantic than Venus through Pisces, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know if it gets there's no placement more romantic than that. And I feel that that your heart is really opening to the realm of possibility of what could be within your romantic life. Page of Swords does have a lot to do with communication, messages, but there's also a lot of social qualities with the Page of Swords too, and maybe being with your friends and going out and doing the things that you enjoy. There could be an opportunity for you to really meet somebody, and I would treat it that way. You're going to your favorite restaurant to meet your friends, and just say, you know what, I might meet the love of my life tonight. If you're single. If you're married, you can say, you know what, I'm gonna get dressed up and I'm gonna flirt it up with my partner, and we're gonna have an amazing night, and it's gonna be so great. And there is an opportunity for renewal here, because there was so much harshness and so much reality that came through the past few months since the beginning of the year. And a little bit of romance is going to feel really, really, really refreshing. And sometimes you need to put a little bit of an effort into it. Sometimes it comes more naturally, with Venus being in Pisces with Jupiter and Neptune conjunction, and hopefully it will come a little bit more naturally. But also there's something brewing. There's something brewing, and there's something wonderful that could be long-lasting. Devil, the world. This opening up a cycle, it's not just opening up a moment, it's opening up a cycle. It's opening up an era of your life. And I think there's a lot of reason to have hope. Two of Wands in the very center of the reading. There should be a lot of hope in your heart. There should be a lot of optimism. There should be a lot of faith. If there's not, this is an opportunity to really work on that within yourself and say, why am I living in fear? Why am I carrying around guilt and shame right now that is potentially keeping all of these wonderful things that I know that I want in my heart of hearts out? This is what solitude is so critical for. And I think that the love component is a big part of this Hermit energy. Why isn't my heart feeling a certain way? Or why am I feeling like I'm shutting down? Or why am I feeling like I can't have something, or I can't own something, or I don't deserve something? And really, it's an opportunity to get to the bottom of it, because with foundation and achievements, right, to get to the bottom of why, so that you can release that within yourself, so that you can forgive that part of yourself, or make peace, right? This is the shadow work, right? We all know what that is, right? We know what to do here. But this is a great opportunity. Okay, I'm so excited for this comprehensive. It's going to be a beautiful month for you guys. I think it's just going to be a beautiful month for everybody on an individual scale. As long as you want it to be. That's the thing. It's like, as long as you want it to be. If you don't want it to be, and if you insist on hanging on to the negative stuff, then your life will just continue, But there's an opportunity for real change here. It's a new year, new astrological year, a new breath of fresh air. So sun is exalted. Okay, now we're going to pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. So we get a lot more information that comes out. I'm doing something just a little bit different. I'm just going to use an entire deck to clarify these cards here, which is just small change, not a big deal, but let's clarify a little bit more about what the universe needs from you, Taurus. King of Cups. What does the universe need from Taurus right now? I didn't even mention the eclipses. We'll have to talk about the eclipses in the comprehensive. We are entering eclipse season. Okay. Six of Cups. See, there is some sort of purity surfacing, some pure dream. Oh my gosh, the star, stop it. And the Seven of Swords. Okay. What does the or what is the environment? What else does Taurus need to know about the environment and what is going on around them? What else does Taurus need to know about the environment? Okay, Chariot reversed. Eight of Swords. The Hanged Man. Okay. Now let's start clarifying the 9-card block. We're going to start with the Fool. I'm going to actually move this here because we're going to clarify that on its own. You guys just got 10 cards this month. That's all. 10 cards for 10 of coins. How's that? All right. Fool reversed. What does Taurus need to know here about the Fool? Got the 5 of Cups reversed and the 7 of Wands reversed. Oh, I only like to pull out 3, but that's okay. 10 of Swords reversed and the Queen of Cups. Beautiful. You may be aligning a little bit more with divine feminine types. People who are really in tune with their fluidity and their receptivity and their, surrender and flow. And I think that's great because it will support your intuitive kind of pull or draw to do the same. Now the Fool is up right there. You won't be waiting long. Death reversed. You won't be waiting long, I promise. You may be like, oh my gosh, how much more patient do I need to be? Not that much. Not much longer. Page of Swords. Think of Aries season as a pivot point. Allow yourself space to pivot properly, because if you're realigning, especially as we make our way into Taurus season with the eclipses, okay, I think it's, hold on, I forgot to put my little transit cheat sheet out here on the dates. April 30th. I'm so bad with remembering dates off the top of my head. So April 30th, so it's Taurus season, right? Got the eclipse going on. 5 of Swords reversed. Yeah, really not liking that Knight of Cups very much. 7 of Swords. I got the 3 of Wands. I'm sorry. 7 of Wands. 3 of Coins. 2 of Cups. Hierophant. Another king. Oh, I love that. King of Cups, King of Cups. And another star and a 10 of Wands. Beautiful. Now this lovely Queen of Wands. The Tower. Ooh. She's got some feisty to her this month, huh? Knight of Wands. She may be delivering some truth bombs. Ooh, let's do one more for her. What is going on there? Queen of Wands. Okay. She's an important player, for sure. Temperance. Knight of Cups. Ace of Swords. Eight of Cups, the Emperor. And the Moon. Sun is found in hermit mode. So if you're looking for the sun, hermit mode is the answer. Page of Cups. Ace of Coins. Ooh, Queen of Coins. Ace of Cups. Ooh, Magician. Ooh, Four of Wands. Beautiful. Okay. Excellent. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. All right, you guys, I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. Have an amazing April. Sounds like things are going to be moving in the right direction, slowly but surely. And I'm going to leave you guys there. Thank you so much. I love you. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So we're going to go ahead and get started straight with the King of Wands. This is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you right now. So the universe needs you to be in this King of Wands, confident, powerful, unapologetic place. It's a very truthful card, okay? The kings are... it's very direct. It's very direct energy. It's very masculine energy. There's not a lot of filtration or passive aggressiveness. There's not a lot of holding back. And the universe needs you to really tap into that right now. It's Aries season, 11th house activation for you guys. But we start this month off with kind of this really weird new moon, which is conjunct Chiron at 12 degrees of Aries, plus Mercury is involved as well. And this new moon is really going to be, you're going to really be asking yourself a lot of things about, like your place within humanity, your contribution with humanity, with your creative, right? This is a Leo card. So 11th house Aries is going to be, opposite your 5th house. So there's a lot of 11th house, 5th house type of energy coming through. So your creativity, your sense of self-expression, the things that you leave behind, your legacy. And there's going to be a lot of questions, I think, that you'll be asking yourself. You'll be asking yourself, is this really what I want? Is this really the pathway that I want to choose? Is this the right job for me? Is this the right relationship for me? Is this truly the legacy I wish to leave behind? Now, the devil in the environment position has come out for Aries and Taurus and now Gemini, even though I sit here and shuffle the cards for ever, because I'd like to cleanse all the decks before I do a new reading. So the fact that the devil has come out 3 times consecutively tells me that Saturn is still a very potent influence in the stars right now, even though there's not, Venus is officially moved past Saturn. Mars is about to move past Saturn. They'll all be entering into Pisces, which is fantastic for you guys. But still, Saturn has his say in stuff. He's still got his foot in the pool here. And he's saying, look, this is about everlasting evolution. We're changing. It's Aquarius, Saturn in Aquarius. So yes, there's evolution, there's transformation, there's revolution, there's all sorts of stuff going on, not only in the world, but in our own individual lives, in our own individual souls and healing journeys as well. But this change, which is radical, especially as we're building up to eclipses in Taurus, right? This radical change is not meant to just be a blip on the radar. It's meant to be persevering. It's meant to be an improvement in our life. It's meant to be something essential for our mission or our pathway here or our lessons or whatever. And so there's something very real, very tangible going on in terms of change in our life. And the environment, and this is going to be a very blanket statement, I'm sorry, it's just very generic, but the environment is going to be a lot of different factors. It's going to be family members and romantic relationships and friendships and, your career paths and the homes in which you live and all different kinds of things. But I'm sensing that this is a little bit of an initiation for Gemini here, because you just got like super hounded, right, with all the Capricorn stuff the past several years. And now it's like you're a different person. And your life is on a new trajectory, and you get to rebuild in these beautiful, high quality kinds of ways. And the King of Wands takes that in stride. And he has the capacity to go very deep within his shadow. We have the shadow card, which came out. He's looking straight at it. I accidentally pulled out 2 cards here, which is fine, because this next one is material and spiritual prosperity. The reason for this moment in time, regardless of what you're really going through, all the good stuff and all the not so good stuff, is leading you toward material and spiritual prosperity, which is ultimately what the devil's goal is anyway, or Saturn's goal. It is about achievement. It is about actually having the things, the tangibility of things. It's not just about fleeting moments or fleeting experiences. But this shadow work that is being done, Swan Spirit, time for a deep dive. You know, this is going to be a month where you're going to have to go in deep within yourself and ask yourself what you really want out of this life, what you want from relationships, what you want from your contribution in this world. When we have 11th house activation, our role in the bigger picture is very much accentuated. And even if it's just for, a few weeks out of the year, it's an important few weeks, because it really gives us that opportunity to reevaluate how we interact or energetically exchange with this world, what we give and what we receive. But I'm sensing that there is a blockage. We've got, what do you need to release? We've got this 4 of coins here in the 9-card block. And it's almost as though you're ready to pounce on something. I'm looking here, we've got the 8 of Wands, we've got the Knight of Wands, we've got this fire element desire over here. So there's the, right next to my little flame here. So there's this quality of like passion that is burning within inside of you, that is wanting to come out, that is wanting to burst open in some kind of way. You're wanting to fall madly in love. You are wanting to like really feel the satisfaction and gratification from a fantastic career path, right? You're wanting these wonderful things in your life, and yet there is still some resistance somewhere. And I hope this is not a frustrating experience for you. It should not be frustrating. I think the King of Wands does not get frustrated with resistance very easily. He handles it in stride, because he's so capable of sitting with himself and saying, okay, I'm hitting up against some kind of a wall of some sort, and maybe I'm struggling to identify it a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just going to just be here, and I'm just going to massage this a little bit. And that's kind of the essence of what I'm getting. It's not about powering through or crashing anything down or, really, it's not chaotic. It's graceful and it's compassionate, which is the essence of, of all the Pisces energies that we have. We've got Jupiter conjunct Neptune at the beginning of the month. We've got Venus coming into Pisces in the middle April. We've got Mars coming into Pisces as well. So compassion and healing and surrender, especially as we're building up to the 12th house eclipse in Taurus conjunct Uranus. We have to be able to take things in stride and allow the evolution to occur in its own time. This 4 of coins will release itself if you just allow it to be. And that's one thing that I'm sensing with this Knight of Wands energy. Now, this is a Sagittarius card. Actually, both of these are 8 of Wands and a Knight of Wands. They're both Sagittarian. They're both Jupiterian. And I think with Jupiter at play, there's this higher level philosophical quality or analysis of the 4 of coins, rather than a more mercurial trying to figure it out, overthinking, anxious, nervous, trying to analyze it type of quality. Jupiter does not sit here and worry about all the details. Jupiter takes it as a whole lump sum and accepts it for what it is. And your Four of Coins is not anything to be you don't need to feel anything about it. It's not that you need to feel bad about it or that you need to it's not even I don't know, it just is. It's just a resistance, and all you need to do is acknowledge that it's there. And it will naturally release. Because what happens is when this naturally releases, you start to feel looser and you start to feel more free-flowing. And this is when this material and spiritual prosperity can really start showing up for you. And I'm sensing a lot of non-reactiveness this month from Gemini. I know that there's like the twin thing, and sometimes y'all can like tap into this dark twin, but I don't see that. I see, at least for those of you who are on the journey anyway, those of you who are doing the work that your life is calling you to do, and you're not avoiding and you're not in denial and all that. Because I'm seeing this star card here as this profound opening and profound acceptance of your own true limitlessness, your own true boundlessness. You start to lean into all of the possibilities that are actually possible for your life, instead of continuing to bang your head against the wall trying to tell yourself that it's not possible for some reason. And I'm sensing so much peace within that star energy. I'm sensing so much love and self-compassion and just sort of elation or even ecstasy, if you can tap into that, with all of the uncertainty. Because you still have the certainty of yourself with the King of Wands. You still have your unapologetic approach to your life. And when you can be unapologetic in all things, even your own resistances, or even in your own shadow, or even in your own need to do a deep dive, when you can be so at peace with that, beautiful things start to happen. And I'm sensing the word that's coming to my mind is sparkle. There is like a sparkle that comes back or that shows up, or, that you start to feel when you wake up in the morning, you start to feel a little bit sparkly. And now this Wheel of Fortune is reversed in the center, but I'm not concerned about the reversal, because I'm just sensing time, the environment. We have Father Time at play. Please do not set any time frames for yourself right now. I would say that this particular astrological year, and as we move forward into 2023 and 2024, that there is no need for you to put any time frames on anything, unless you're unless you really thrive in this super ambitious, scheduled kind of way. Like if that's where you thrive, then great. But not a lot of people truly thrive there. A lot of people need a lot more freedom. And as a mutable air sign, I would say that generally speaking, unless you have tons and tons of earth in your chart or something, that it would be more conducive to allow yourself a lot of freedom. Time is not a factor. In fact, if you start to try to push time into things like, okay, well, if this doesn't happen in the next 30 days, then blah. But we're also heading into an eclipse season, conjunct Uranus, and that's in your 12th house, and that's insane. Please don't do that. Please, please, please don't do that. I would honestly just have to say, expect it to evolve in incredibly unique and unpredictable ways. The Wheel of Fortune is still in the center of the reading. The Wheel of Fortune is the same, upright or reversed. It's just that when it's reversed, sometimes I think that it's a little further off. It's a little pushed back. Aries season is not about manifestation. It's about, well, I mean, it is, but it's like the seed planting time. It's not about the actualization of things. It's about new life. And it takes time for new life to really take hold. And I'm sensing that your creative energies are just coursing through. A lot of brainstorming, a lot of new ideas, a lot of potentials on the table for Gemini right now. And you get to experiment, you get to play. And I'm sensing a little bit of poetry as well, especially with all this 10th house activation. There's a lot of opportunity for a lot of good feeling, a lot of art to be created, a lot of magic, a lot of healing, a lot of surrender, and a lot of just romance, whether it's romance with a person or just romance with your life itself. Now, there are going to be choices to make. Two of Coins. The good news is the King of Wands usually has a really good handle on what is going to be the best, what's going to make the most sense for him. So I don't know that there's going to be a lot of deliberation. I don't know that you're going to have to really think about it. It's probably one of those things where, like, yeah, it's a choice, but there is really only one path for you. And 10 of Swords probably means that something has to die out. Saturn. Saturn can be a planet or an energy. The devil definitely can be associated with death as well. Maybe not as harshly as like a scorpionic death card or something, but it's still the end. It's an ending. He brings endings. So I'm not surprised by the 10 of Swords. I'm not surprised because this is the end of your 4 of Coins. This is the end of the resistance. It is the end of the barrier that has been keeping you from this launch, has been keeping you from this limitlessness that you know you have. And with this DNA karma card, I'm getting this sense that it is your time to really break karma that is not well suited for you or your legacy. And it may be something small. Maybe I'm using all this really big, language, whatever. But it might not necessarily be this whole huge thing. It might just be something just big enough. But that there's this sense, because I'm getting a sense that you're like really ready for this particular resistance in your life to be gone and done with. It's something that you don't want it to be there. You don't want it. You don't want to keep it. You don't want it to continue operating. So there is a determination to say, okay, like I don't want this because I want this other thing, but you're not condemning it. In fact, I think you're offering a great deal of love to that part of you that has kept you safe for so long. But I think you're ready to be a little unsafe right now, Gemini. You're ready to put yourself on some kind of a limb. You're ready to put yourself in a place where you just really, oh, my little cat just came in. You're ready to put yourself in a place where you're just ready to grow. And I see that final card with the Chariot card. You are ready to progress. I know it. I know you are. You're ready to progress. You're ready to grow. You're ready to evolve and to transcend and to take your life into a whole new realm. And the thing that's so lovely about this reading is just how not dramatic it seems. Now, we'll see what happens when I pull all the other cards, but I don't feel a lot of drama. I feel that this is a very quiet transitioning. It's something, right? Deep dive, shadow. It's something that is so internal. And your desire is just fuming. I mean, it's just like, I want to go there. I want to be in this new place. I want this new lifestyle. I want this new love. I want this. And it's not from ego at all. It's not from ego. It's from the heart. It's from the soul. And because it's from the soul, it is then in turn an inevitability. And because it is an inevitability, there's really not a lot for you to do. And I think that's amazing. I really, really do. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. So sometimes we get a lot more detail coming out. So let's see. We're going to clarify the King of Wands, which is, what else does Gemini need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? The Moon, beautiful. Five of Coins. And Strength. I love that. A lot of Leo energy coming out here. And I love Leo for you guys because it rules your natural third house. So let's see, we've got the Devil and the environment. What else about the environment that you need to know? The Two of Wands. The Hermit. And the Ace of Wands. Lovely. I'm loving all the fire. I really, really am. Okay, now we're going to start clarifying the 9-card block, starting with the 8 of Wands, 4 of Wands, beautiful Ace of Coins, 7 of Cups. You definitely have choices. You have options, you have pathways. But I really feel that there's really only one, 10 of Coins reversed, that truly makes sense for you at this time. And you know that. High Priestess and the 10 of Cups. It's the one that brings you the most joy. Four of Coins. Let's see. The Tower. Of course. Page of Cups. 10 of Wands. Ooh, 8 of Wands. I love with the Star. King of Coins. Queen of Cups reversed. I'm going to do one more for that Star. A lot of court cards. Okay. Fair enough. Wheel of Fortune reversed. We got the 6 of Coins. Ooh, got 2 cards that have scales in them. And another Strength card. The Devil for 3 of Coins. Another Chariot and a Lovers, the Gemini card. Beautiful. A lot of major arcana for that 3 of Coins. We'll talk about what that means. 5 of Wands. The Fool. 9 of Swords. Yeah, see the 4 of Coins with the 10 of Swords with the World. These two very connected here. And last but not least, the Chariot. Another 3 of Coins. 6 of Wands reversed. 9 of Wands and a 10 of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we pick up. All right, you guys. If If you want to join, again, that link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. You guys know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I am so excited about this reading for Cancer. In fact, I'm generally very excited for Aries season for everybody. I feel like April is a time with Venus in exaltation, Jupiter and Neptune in rulership, Mars coming into Pisces, and for you, this is 9th house activation, and we have this Jupiter return card here. So there's this quality of limitlessness and boundlessness and belief and hope, and just we have an opportunity here to really tap into all of the positive things for the sake of lasting change in our lives. We start with the Queen of Wands, which is perfect. It's a card of Aries for an Aries season, and you have Aries on the midheaven. So with all of this 10th house activation going on throughout the month of April, and 11th house activation as well as the sun moves into Taurus, there's a lot of drive and ambition coming through. And I get a sense that there's initiation as well, which of course is perfect because it is Aries season, and this is what Aries season is all about. It's about planting seeds and getting new things going. During Pisces season, we had an opportunity to really close things out, to let things go, to surrender, to let things move on and to move out of our lives. Aries season is about the fresh new beginnings. We get to look ahead, we get to look forward, we get to look positively at our lives, and we get to say, this is what I want, this is where I'm going to point my arrow, and this is where I'm going to go. And I see that Cancer is really feeling, this readiness for the next chapter, right? You're ready for the relationship, you're ready for the boost in your career, you're ready for the ascension in whatever area or areas of your life, and you have the wherewithal and the energy is gaining momentum here. You have the energy to actually carry it through. Now, look, you guys, this devil card came out for Aries, for Taurus, for Gemini, and now for Cancer. And I promise you, I sit before each of these readings and I will shuffle these cards for like 20 minutes. I turn them all upright. I put new reversals in. I spend so much time preparing these decks. This devil card is doing what the devil does best, which is really ensuring that we know that Saturnian energy is still at play. Now, I don't think this is bad because this is what we're building upon. And since October, really November, really Scorpio season of last year, I've been talking so much about setting up new structure in our lives. And the reason for that last year was because of what is happening this year, right? Because we're building upon these structures now. We're building upon these new habits. We're building upon these new work ethics and this new, kind of drive for achievement. And the world is supporting that. Your world, your life, your people, the things that are surrounding you, they're all supporting these ambitions of yours. And I hope they are. And if they're not, it's probably a time for you to seriously reevaluate the environment in which you are in. Because the devil can be very destructive or very supportive. Just depends on how you tap into it, depends on how you respond to it, and depends on how you work with it. But right now it's time for you to say, and to really I think admit that you're ready for this new thing. You're ready for this higher level of commitment from yourself. It's a commitment from yourself. A commitment to build your business, a commitment to, to get healthy, a commitment to work on this marriage or this relationship or take the marriage to the next level. It's worth it to work on this relationship with your children, or with your siblings or with your finances, right? It's worth it. This is your commitment to yourself. It's your commitment to your future. But you don't have to be stressed about it, because I love this Jupiterian energy with all the Piscean activation. This is what the hope really comes in for. And see, with this Eight of Cups reversed, sometimes we could look at that card and we could say that you're stuck or something. I don't feel that Cancer is stuck in any way, shape, or form. I kind of feel like it's more like the past is just disappearing. And you don't really have to make this huge active effort to like move on from stuff. You know, sometimes moving on can be really hard and all that, but it doesn't always have to be. Sometimes it just feels like it melts away and it just goes. And the past is just the past, and who you used to be is just who you used to be, and change just happens, and you just evolve naturally and gracefully. And I feel like that's, you know, where you're at, is just, you're just suddenly this new person. You're this new person at this new level of maturity with this new level of understanding of self, heightened states of awareness and whatnot. And Three of Wands, you're opening yourself up to this big new world. And I feel like a lot of people are sitting in a state of uncertainty right now. And I don't just mean global event type stuff. I mean you in your everyday life. You have dreams, ambitions, you know where you want to go, probably, for the most part, but maybe you still have no idea how you're going to get there. But that's the thing, is right now that the actual path doesn't matter, because look at this foundation that you have. We even have this firm foundation here. One of the reasons why I'm looking at this Devil and I am seeing a little bit more on the positive side for you is because of this firm foundation card. If this wasn't here, I might be a little bit more, you know, like cautious, but I'm not. I don't feel cautious for Cancer at all. I feel secure and safe. That's what I'm feeling. Like Cancer, you're very secure, you're very safe. And while there may be difficult situations that arise, right? I mean, we still have a Mars conjunct Saturn in the 8th house. We still have Venus in the 8th house for the first few days of April. Okay, so she's going to be moving into Pisces on the 5th, and then Mars enters into Pisces on the 14th. But Saturn is still in the 8th, so there are still deep transformative things occurring. We've got a Pluto retrograde, we've got an eclipse building. So I'm not saying it's all going to be easy peasy, but you're really strong. And because you are opening yourself up so well, and you do feel so ready, and you do, as a cardinal sign, by the way, right? Cardinal signs are very good at being in that uncertain place, because they love to initiate in so many ways. They love to begin new things. And whenever there's a new beginning, there is always an element of uncertainty. So this is kind of like your area of expertise here. So you open yourself up and boom, Ace of Coins. Here's some money, Cancer. Here's a job opportunity. Here's an open door. Here's an open gate. Here's a phone call. Here's an email. Here's something. It's a little token. It might not be everything, but it's something. It's something that's moving you in this new direction. Likely, it has a lot to do with money, because we're all going to be focused on money because of the nodes being in Taurus and Scorpio. We've all got to be focusing on our financials. We've got to be focusing on our survival, you know, that kind of thing. But it might not be money for you. It might be some other wonderful thing that you are hoping to receive or to manifest, something that you have been creating since last year. And I see that you take it. Why wouldn't you? Of course you do. Of course you take it. And you take it graciously. And I'm looking at this King of Coins. Now, I don't think this King of Coins energy is specifically yours. I mean, it might be an aspect of you, but when I look at the King of Coins, or when I was shuffling and pulled them out, I was like, you know what? That's got to be someone else. I don't feel like that's Cancer's energy right now. You're too fiery. I think you're too on fire. This is a little too mundane for you at this particular moment in time. I feel like passion is really coursing through Cancer right now, or at least it's wanting to. If you're not feeling passion, Cancer, now would be, and when I say passion, it doesn't mean you have to be like obsessed with something, right? It just means that there's an element of joy within what you do, right? In your day-to-day operations, with your job, or with the things that you say that you love to do. If you're not feeling that, now would be a really, really good time to tap in with yourself and ask, well, like, what is it in my environment? Because I think it's probably environmental. There might be a person in your environment. There might be a task that needs to be done that you just are dreading doing. Just allow yourself to be honest with yourself about what it is. There might be an ego thing potentially, although with this positioning, I think it is external, that there's a blockage or that there's a tether of some kind. Like you want to go start a new business, but you can't because financially, right? So you have that kind of narrative going on. So you want to be very cautious and very conscious about how you're really talking to yourself and how you are opening or closing doors. This King of Coins is maybe the deliverer of the Ace of Coins as well. It might be a new client. It might be some really wonderful opportunity or a new company you start to work for. It might be a new lover. It might be a person who's ready to really commit. Now, this is a Taurus kind of quality, which means there is a lot of everlasting stuff with the Devil, Saturnian energy, and the King of Coins. A lot of everlasting energy, meaning this stuff that's brewing right now, it's not fleeting. It's not something that's just going to be in and out of your life. It's not going to be temporary. It's something that I'm feeling that it will take time to morph into something substantive. It will take time to morph into something substantial. But when it does, it will be a forever and always type of deal. This could be a client that turns into a best friend, a client that you end up marrying. It could be someone that you marry that ends up being a business partner. It could be, but there's a shift, there's a morph. But that's just going to happen on its own because you are doing what it is you're doing, Queen of Wands. Now, one thing, we've got the Forest Breath card, and we have take time to breathe out, which means don't stress, right? Breathe, do your meditations, allow yourself time to check out for a minute, allow yourself time to be in solitude, to be alone, to connect with nature, to connect with the things that you love. That is a way to help fuel or channel this fiery passion of the Queen of Wands. You have to breathe out, but things are going to start moving very quickly this year for you. And we have the Chariot, which is the Cancerian card, right in the middle of the deck or of the reading. So to me, this tells me that the energy is definitely gaining momentum. Because what happens when this kind of past stuff just dissolves is you're a lot more lightweight. You don't have all of this heaviness that you're carrying forward. You're just going forward. And when you're not thinking about the past, I don't see Cancer dwelling. I don't see Cancer thinking about things. I don't see you stewing or brooding in any way, shape, or form. I see eyes forward. So forward, in fact, that it's almost as though people are going to look at you and be like, who is this person? I haven't really met this side of Cancer or of my Cancer. This is new. This is interesting. I like it. And I think a lot of people are going to be very drawn to you, which is why you have the Ace of Coins with this beautiful King of Coins. People of value are absolutely going to want to show up in your life, as long as you allow it. But see, this is where this gets problematic, because if you don't allow it, if you sit there and let the resistance just be, then there's a blockage. And maybe a lot of this won't manifest because you're hanging on to all the reasons why it can't happen. So consciousness of the tethers, consciousness of the environment, consciousness of the energy around you, which as a Cancer, we know how sensitive you are to others' energy and how empathic you can be. And so we need to, ensure that you're doing the best with that you possibly can. Because this Chariot wants to run, and it wants to go forward, and it wants to get you to where you're going. It doesn't want to stop for detours. Chariot is not a detour type of energy in any way, shape, or form. It's direct, it's cardinal, right? It takes you from one level to the next level. It just does its job. Okay? There's no meandering. So, I mean, you're on this straight path here, and we have this Jupiterian energy with 9th house activation, with 10th house activation, 11th house activation. I mean, these are like the great houses of achievement and expansion and movement and adventure and new people and all sorts of things. So for the next few months, you're kind of in this great place of progress. A little chaotic, volatile, sure, but that's what makes it fun sometimes. And we have a 2 of coins, which suggests, I don't know, could be balancing things out, but it also could mean choices. But see, the thing about the 2 of coins is when you know what you want and when you're not lying to yourself or when you're not in denial of certain aspects of yourself, there really is only one choice. And with the Ace of Swords coming out in the foundational position, to me, it suggests that you know exactly what you want. So you don't need to waste a second, not 1 second, with anything, entertaining a single thought that just simply isn't for you right now. And I think that there's a little bit of a selfishness coming out, but this is more of a put your own mask on, for like in the airplane, right? Put your own mask on before you help anybody else. You got to make sure you're on point. You got to make sure you're on mission. Whatever that mission is, whether it's super ambitious in the corporate world or just redecorating your home, like whatever it is. Make sure you're on point. And make sure that you just say, that's what I want and that's not what I want. And leave it at that. Because it's that kind of strength, that kind of self-awareness that is required for joyful lives. And I've said it a million times, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over, that 2022 is a year where we get to truly tap into our pleasure with the Venus rulership of this year, where we get to tap into the lighter side of things. And even though the world is crazy right now, and not everyone is so fortunate, it is the people who stand in the light, it is the people who stand in those higher vibrations, it is the people who stand in the love and the gratitude and all of those kinds of things that are really opening the doors for everybody else. And I think it's an important notion to understand. I think a lot of people, devil, right? They feel guilty by experiencing pleasure when they witness other people experiencing pain. And I think it's important to really talk about that within yourself. And what does that mean for you? And why the guilt and shame? Why is that present for you when things do not appear to be fair for other people? And sometimes those kinds of things can be difficult to reconcile. But also understanding what part of you is experiencing that. That's a part of the strength card as well with the lion. But even if you were to deny yourself something, it doesn't mean that you don't know what you truly want. I love this 3 of coins. This came out for Gemini as well. So much creativity is coursing through you right now. And I would hate to see that be denied as well, because this is what life is really all about, right? Creation, manipulating energy, manipulating thought into physical reality. This is what brings satisfaction in our lives. It's like this whole process of bringing something to life consistently every single day, a little something, bring something to life. You're building something, Cancer. I know you are. You're building something so beautiful. It's not just, like I said before, it's not just this whimsical thing that's going to come in and out of your life. This is everlasting. It's what I call evergreen. Like an evergreen tree, right? It's never loses its color. This is evergreen. Let's pull out the clarifiers. Okay, so for those of you who are new to my channel, oh, sorry, I forgot this. This is watch your words, the parrot spirit. Watch your words. Now, with Mercury in Aries, it is common to, pack a punch a little bit with your communication style. Although I don't really mind that per se. Sometimes it's better to pack a punch than to be passive aggressive and, people not know what the heck you're talking about. But still, like, I feel strongly that, what was I going to say? Annie just walked in, she distracted me. Of course, she came to join the Cancer reading for sure. Especially if you're dealing with someone environmentally, an external person, there could still be a lot of projection going on. Because it's likely that you will see a version of your past self in someone else. And it's almost as though you might be talking to yourself saying, if I had known how easy it was to just let something go, or if I had known how easy it was to change, or if I had known how easy it was to change my mind or whatever, and projecting that onto a past version of yourself by actually doing it to someone else who really just is not there. This is really going to be the time to exhibit a great deal of compassion for people who just really don't understand what self-awareness truly is, or don't understand what compassion really is. There may be a test a little bit there for you. Think before you speak, because words can be very hurtful and they can shape us. And you have to be conscious of how you might be shaping someone. Especially with all this Pisces energy going on. Very absorbent time. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for 25 or 30 minutes about these cards, so we do get a lot more information that comes out. So let's go ahead and see, what else does Cancer need to know about what the universe needs from them? Clarifying the Queen of Wands. What does the universe need from Cancer? See, 10 of Cups. It needs your happiness. It just needs your joy. Oh, amazing. Ace of Wands. I love it. I love when the sun is exalted here. It's such a great time. 8 of Wands reversed. Okay. What else about the environment does Cancer need to know? We've got the 7 of Cups. Justice reversed. What did I say about fairness? Things not being fair. Justice reversed. And the Hanged Man. Okay. Let's clarify the 8 of Cups reversed here in the 9-card block. What else does Cancer need to know? 10 of Coins. Oh my gosh, I can't even. For those who are open to receiving it, 2022 has the potential to be one of the most rewarding years in so many ways. It doesn't have to be financially, but spiritually rich, emotionally rich. 4 of Coins reversed. one of the most crucial pivot moments in many people's lives. We've got the Moon, we've got the Eight of Swords, we've got the Five of Wands reversed. Beautiful Six of Wands, Ten of Swords, and the World. Page of Cups, High Priestess, and the Hierophant. Let's do one more for that King of Coins. Ooh, the Star. Something special about that King of Coins, not gonna lie. Temperance reversed for the Chariot. Yeah, you're definitely gonna be asked to get uncomfortable. That's for sure. And the Tower. Yeah, that Chariot is not, it's not like a friendly energy. It's functional. Another Strength card. Seven of Swords. Nine of Coins reversed. Hermit. King of Cups. King of Cups, King of Coins, Fool. Emperor reversed, Three of Swords, and the Devil, the Queen of Coins at the bottom of the deck. Actually, hold on, I'm not ready. I'm gonna pull one more card for. Okay, but we'll keep that Queen of Coins. Technically, she was at the bottom when I pulled it over, so that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and cut it off there. So if you wanna join, again, we'll talk for another 25, 30 minutes about all these cards, go a lot deeper into this reading. Link in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. You guys know how much I love you. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to be reading cards for you for this beautiful new beginning of this astrological year. We get to start off with a card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is the Page of Swords. Now, when I first pulled this card, the initial instinct was actually one of unlearning. Rather than, there's a lot of open-mindedness here and learning new things, and there's curiosity and adventurism and just all sorts of beautiful things that come along with that. But I think the real freedom here is found in unraveling extremely unhelpful beliefs. And we have this autumnal equinox card that came out that also said release. And I feel like there may be something in your life, I don't know personally what it is for you as an individual, but there may be something in your life that truly is just rooted in perspective that is not helpful for you anymore, like in any capacity. And that perspective that you have chosen on something is starting to feel more like an anchor. And I feel that there is this readiness to fully unravel and fully untether from that particular anchor. Saturn in the opposition, right? 7th house, house of partners, or even maybe not actual partners, but anything, whether it's a situation or a circumstance of some kind that could be kind of seen as like you on one side of the scale and the thing or the person on the other side of the scale mirroring a lot of things back to you. And so that whatever is in that other side of the scale, seventh house, okay, Saturn in the seventh house, whatever is over there is there very specifically to help show you or to help you learn or to help you evolve or to help you expand. And as much as we don't think of Saturn as an expansion energy, because normally he's not, but when he's in Aquarius and later on as he moves into Pisces, he doesn't really have that much power in terms of maintaining structure. And he can reestablish that later on when he moves into Aries in like 26. But I mean, like, this is about getting rid of structures or revolutionizing them for the sake of growth and expansion and the betterment of your life. And yes, it is you as an individual because it's reflecting it back to your first house. So this Page of Swords is coming back to a more pure mind. And with strength in the environment, it tells me that there's going to be external influences, people, places, things, situations, whatever, that are there very specifically to help you do that. And it's not going to be helpful to feel victimized in any way, which I don't normally see Leo is playing that role very often. Here's my cat Annie meowing. I don't know if you can hear her or not. She's become more vocal this spring. So we have this, this other side of the scale mirroring things back. And if you can continually be in a situation that is maybe a little volatile, right? We got a Tower card here. We got eclipses building. We have Sun is in Aries. There's a lot of, I don't know, when the Sun is exalted, there's a lot of just like, this is what my heart wants. This is where my heart wants me to go. This is where I feel called. And that doesn't always have a lot of logic or rationalization to it. It's just a feeling of being called, and sometimes people don't understand that. Sometimes circumstances don't necessarily allow for you to do it like right now, boom, spontaneous Aries, gonna do it, gonna pick up and go, gonna do this, gonna do that, it's not always conducive to that. And so you have to be strength, and be able to stay true to that, because this dog spirit directly underneath says be loyal to what you love. And I think the love part of this, being loyal to what you love, obviously doesn't mean like staying loyal to a toxic narcissist or something, right? We're not trying to stay in toxic situations. The love part is the heart part, the part where your heart calls you, where your soul is driving you to go, whether it's a new job or a new location, a new home, a new relationship, maybe everything, maybe multiple things, right? Maybe there's just a lot that you want new things because you're starting to evolve. You're starting to kind of come back to a more basic place. And when you're in that place, you're ready for a whole bunch of new things. You're ready to live a new life. You're ready to be a new person. You're ready to shine brightly in a new kind of way. You're ready to create in new ways. You're ready to be artistic in new ways. You're ready to contribute in new and powerful ways. And let's not forget that Pluto, yes, he's going to be going in retrograde this month as well, but he's coming very, very close to this descendant line, right? He's going to be moving into Aquarius throughout 23 and 24, and he'll be crossing that descendant line, not only activating Aquarius, but activating Leo as well, especially Leo. And so you are really going to feel that shift. And so it makes sense that you are feeling that there are these profound endings coming in terms of phases or eras of your life that are coming to a close. Not to mention Jupiter is in the 8th house, which is all about death and transformation. So, there's an expansion of that energy too. Okay? But we have this other card that says nothing is yet set in stone, which means there's a lot up in the air, and there's a lot that depends on your choices and your decisions right now. And you have to be intentional and conscious about the decisions that you make. And I'm hoping that you are prepared to make the choices that are in your highest interest and in the highest interest of your families and in the highest interest of your businesses, and that you're not going to be, sort of succumbed to the fear that is out there. Because there's a lot of fear out there, and they are working very hard to ensure that we are all in a state of fear. And so we need to be above that, because when you are in fear, it is very difficult to be in love. It is very difficult to be in the light. And we have to continually choose the light. And environmentally speaking, you may have to dig deep to really pull that out from within. And it might not be an easy journey for some of you. Others of you, maybe you're already there. But for some of you, it might not always be an easy journey to be in that light. Right? And we have this last final oracle card I want to talk about, which is fulfillment of wishes, which tells me that, Leo, you're going to have everything you want. And to not be afraid, because the universe is absolutely conspiring in your favor in this very moment to organize and to situate all sorts of things for you in your behalf, in your best interest, for the sake of that which you love, that which you are loyal to, that which you feel called and compelled to move towards. Because I feel that you are feeling called and compelled to move toward good and better. Even if it's small incremental things, even if it's something as small as like, you know what, I'm going to skip my cup of coffee this morning and I'm going to drink like a green drink or a juice. I'm going to get my veggies in this morning. I'm going to get my spinach fix or whatever, my apples, and I'm going to make it healthy. I'm going to take care of my body, just this one thing, if it's something small. Or if it's like, I'm going to stay an extra hour and just wrap this up at the office here and let's just kind of button everything down. Just one better choice at a time is going to lead you down toward this path. And I do see the Six of Swords here as we move into the 9-card block, that there is a lot of movement in Leo's life, that you are moving on and moving past in a pretty profound way, because this is moving through with the world. Now, the world has been making quite an appearance, and it makes sense. It's Aries season, right? We just finished off Pisces season. So the end of the year has closed. The beginning of the new astrological year has begun. And there's this energy of portals, right? We're kind of moving through these energetic portals. Now, I've always really struggled with that word because I think it's very overused, especially on social media. Like everything is a portal. We're always portaling through things. It's like, oh my gosh, like, can we just chill out for like 1 second? But still, sometimes there are portals, I don't know what to say. Sometimes there are these gateways that we do move through. And it's like this sort of rite of passage that like we've earned this place. We've earned this moment in time to be able to really grow and to ascend and to evolve and to embody greater love and light. And I know there's a lot of anti-love and light stuff out there right now because people consistently talk about shadow work. You gotta go, I think we need both. I'm not, I don't want to say, like, I will never, ever, ever turn my back on the love and light, because I genuinely believe that is the end place. That is where we end up through the shadow work and through the journey and through the healing, that eventually we just kind of come into this place of surrender and say, like, everything is just love and light, and everything is, and it's just a choice. It's just a mental and a psychological and an emotional place that we arrive at. And I feel like you're getting closer on that journey where your hearts are open. Knight of Wands. And I love this Knight of Wands because it's Sagittarius energy. And even though we're in Aries season, we have 9th house activation, which is the natural Sagittarian house. And the natural Sagittarian house, there's a connection with kind of the center of the galaxy there with the Sagittarius energy, a connection with source, a connection with what is it called? The vector equilibrium, right? The center, the galactic center here. And to me, that means alignment, where your head and your heart are one. There is head-heart coherence. And this will impact every area of your life, every single one. Career life, yes, absolutely. And I know you guys are going through a ton of career stuff right now with Uranus through Taurus, with the North Node especially, with eclipses even more especially. I mean, there's a lot going on in Leo's life in terms of the direction of their life, in terms of their contributions, in terms of what they contribute. And many of you are making extremely positive choices that are in alignment with the highest good of the planet. And this Knight of Wands energy is just showing up for it 100%. Look at it, it's just looking straight at this Strength card, wearing his warrior gear. I mean, he is ready for any and all things. He is ready to be strong. He is ready to persevere. He is ready to work. He's ready to push. And he does it all with this light heart, because he knows that he's kind of reached the other place of this portal here. He knows he has arrived, or he knows that he is arriving, and therefore is willing to put in the time. And it's not going to feel like drudgery. It's not going to feel chaotic. It's not going to feel stressful. It's going to feel passionate and satisfied, and it's going to feel like a sense of gratification, because he is so full of gratitude for his life experiences. He is so full of optimism and hope for the future, and he is so full of just source energy. And Leo, that's you. If you want it, that's the thing. If you want it, not all Leos will embrace this. Let's just put it out there right now, because a lot of Leos are going to be afraid, and it's like the cowardly lion kind of situation. And that's too bad, but I don't think that's anyone here watching. And you can just let people work through their stuff, but it has nothing to do with you. Now, will things happen quickly? I'm getting this energy, Hanged Man, of like fast but slow. It's like things will happen rapidly in retrospect. When you look back on it, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, that happened so fast. But when you're in it, it's going to feel like it takes forever. It's going to feel like a mountain of work. It's going to feel like you are stuck. It is going to feel frustrated. It's going to feel like you have no control. And guys, you don't really have that much control. Uranus in Taurus is here to show all of us, every single one of us, that we don't have control. Okay? And fixed signs are getting that lesson especially hard. It's forcing you to be in the here and now. It is forcing you to listen to your intuition. It is forcing you to be in a position where you have to let others do what others do. And all you can do is bring it back to remember, it's the other side of the scale. Strength really comes from awareness. Your awareness or your self-awareness is being tested a little bit right now. Because if someone does something stupid, because likely they will, Mercury and Aries, they'll probably say something stupid, right? April 1st, right out of the gate, we have a new moon in Aries that is conjunct Chiron and Mercury. Okay, so I mean, we can just expect that people are going to say impulsive stuff. They're going to pick fights. They're going to say something, like projections, all that kind of stuff. That's just what's going to happen. Do you have the strength? Do you have the self-awareness to recognize it for what it is and to control that reaction? And then do you have the self-awareness to then in turn reflect on those types of experiences and gauge yourself and judge yourself in terms of how well you handled something? A lot of you are going to leave stupid situations and be very proud of how you handled something. And others of you, you'll look back and say, well, maybe I wish I had done this. But it's the reflection that's the most important part. It's the allowing yourself to learn a little bit, okay, after the fact. I don't see Leo having a lot of pride here. I don't know that you're like going to be a stubborn, stuck type of person. I think that you do have strong capacity right now with this whole like Aries activation, 9th house, to ponder and contemplate and philosophize even a little bit. Like there's a lot of philosophy coming through for you as well. And so your mind is like in this primed place to learn and grow. Also, Jupiter in the 8th can go very deep too. So there's the capacity to understand things intellectually on a very high level and also emotionally on a very deep level. But no doubt in my mind, we've got the 7 of Wands and the 9 of Wands. Both of these are somewhat adversarial energies, which tell me that you are going to have to be protective of your energy a little bit. You are going to have to stand up for yourself. There may be some kind of a confrontation that happens. There may be some kind of an event, the Tower, right, that literally changes the course of a lot of things. But see, when you're kind of in this position of this portal transferring, you have to expect Tower situations, because the Tower, I always say, is like the wheel of fortune in disguise. This is what happens when you change, right? The quote, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." When you change, the world changes. If I could talk. Ugh. This is the world changing around you. This is the world adjusting justice to who you are becoming. I kind of feel like people who have a lot of Tower moments are actually on the fast track. They're not like unlucky people. They're just on the fast track of evolution. They're changing. Every time they change, the world has to adjust. You learn something new, you change. You try something new, you change. Your mind expands, you change. And the world adjusts, the world adjusts, the world adjusts. So don't be afraid by the Tower. Don't be afraid by chaos in your life. Don't be afraid by confrontation. Don't be afraid that people get upset. Don't be afraid that people do stupid things, say stupid things, project stupid things. Like, that's a good thing. It's showing you how far you've come. It's showing you how far down the line you've truly gone. And I think if you were to really sit with yourself, I mean, all of you should be so proud, as this Empress is so proud and sitting so much and just totally owns it. Like, this is who I am. This is what I've created in my life. This is my passion. This is my dream. And she just owns everything. I'm not going to say your lives are perfect. I'm not going to say you'll be happy with 100% of things, but it's the things that maybe you're not happy about that you can do something about. The Empress never holds regrets, especially not when she's upright. You know what I just noticed? We actually, hold on, let me check. Did I put reversals in here? Yeah, I definitely have reversals in this deck, but you didn't get any reversals. So the energy is moving very smoothly for you. The energy is moving smoothly, and there's a lot of universal support. I'm feeling ancestral support. Your ancestors cheering you on. Definitely your angels cheering you on with the World card. There's a lot of angelic protection coming out with every reading. There's a lot of angelic protection. People who are on this path of ascension, which is all of us here, I think there's more angels now than there have been the past few years, because this is when it gets really, really obvious the separation between high vibrational and low vibrational. This has been going on really since like 2018, this very real separation, maybe even like 2012, right? The new earth, the end of the world, right? Yeah, it is the end of the world because the population is splitting into high vibe and low vibe, evolved, unevolved, mature, immature, whatever types of people. And the people that are choosing the higher vibrational path, the path of healing and love and togetherness and acceptance and unity and compassion, the people that are choosing that route are becoming, it's like just a whole different population. And commingling is becoming more challenging, right? But there's a lot of people holding space for more and more and more people. And Leo, I think in many ways, you are a leader in this. You are, right, the Empress. I mean, she's like not even like a queen. I mean, she's an Empress, major arcana. She's like a goddess. And there's this quality of being above and above and above. And it is from this level that you can hold space for so many people and so many things. And as much as I would love to say that I'm sitting here, fulfillment of wishes, you're going to have everything you have, you're going to have everything you want to have and beyond, even what you ever thought you could have in terms of your contribution in this world, the legacy that you truly leave behind. Because she's like the pregnant woman, right? She's about the future. All the ideas, all the art that you're putting out there, all the creations, all of the energy, all of the love, all of the businesses that you're building, all of the things that you are doing, it's bigger than what you think. And don't worry for the chaos. Everything will adjust. Justice. Everything comes into balance. It's the natural order. It's the universal law. It has to come back to equilibrium. It has to. There's not really any choice there. Let's pull out the clarifiers, okay? So we're going to start with the Page of Swords. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for those will be in the description box in the comment threads down below. We usually talk for 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards, and sometimes the story, gets a little bit more detailed. Sometimes individual energies come out, people, that kind of thing. Okay, so what else do we need to know? Or what else does the universe need from you, rather? We've got a Knight of Swords. We've got a Moon energy. A Knight of Coins. Now for the environment, what else does Leo need to know regarding their environment? An Ace of Wands, Four of Wands, the High Priest. That High Priest occupying that other side of the scale there. I like his energy a lot, okay? He's giving me really positive vibes. So that's great. Did I put reversals in here? Yes, I did. Okay, so let's take a look at the Six of Swords. What else does Leo need to know about the Six of Swords? The Eight of Swords, beautiful. That's what you're leaving, by the way. The source of your suffocation seems to be melting away. Oh my gosh, with the World card, stop it. I love that so much. This World card giving me so much hope. Like, I don't know, I don't normally feel hope during readings, but the hope factor is coming through so thick. It has to do with Venus coming through Pisces, Mars coming through Pisces. April, I feel and have always felt, is going to be a really, really good month for a lot of people. Hierophant reversed. Okay, now the World. King of Coins. Ooh, an Empress. There's actual money on the other side of this for you too, just FYI, okay? Some people, if you need that validation, you know, that this risk or this choice or whatever is a good one, if it's going to pay out, it will, okay? I promise you that, it definitely will. But you have to make the transition first. Knight of Wands. Page of Cups. Oops. Okay, another Knight of Wands, but reversed, and then a Moon. King of Cups, Devil reversed. Sun reversed. Let's do one more for that. I feel like we need one more clarifier. Oh, and well, Nine of Wands. Well, we're just getting repeated cards here, but that's okay because at least we have some context to the Nine of Wands, which is right here. Seven of Coins reversed. Another Six of Wands. Well, I guess not another, but Eight of Coins reversed. Now the Tower. What else does Leo need to know about this Tower? Knight of Swords. Five of Cups. So there will be loss, okay? There will be loss. But please do not think that it is permanent or that it will be detrimental to your path in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I think it's something that you know needs to happen, needs to be shed fully. An Emperor. What was this card again? Oh yeah, the Empress Emperor. Speaking of 7th house partners, right? For those of you who are in partnerships. King of Wands reversed. Two of Wands, the Justice card, and the Hermit card. Judgment reversed. Gosh, okay. The Star, the Four of Wands, and the Hanged Man. I love the Star. The Star has been making quite an appearance this month as well. Bottom of the deck, we have the Knight of Cups. Oh, amazing. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join to talk about all these cards, please click the link in the description box or the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you an amazing April. I hope you have a great month, and I'll see you very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited about the energy that is kind of the general essence of all of these cards consolidated, because I'm getting this general sense of like these giant new doors that are opening for Virgo. So let's get started. So we're going to start with the Page of Swords. Now, actually, let me just point something out. Page of Swords and Strength. As much as I shuffle these cards before I turn on the camera, these also came out for Leo. Leo is relevant for you because it rules your 12th house. And many of you, who study Vedic astrology are actually Vedic Leos. So you might want to kind of cross-reference there a little bit if you identify with the Leo energy in any way. because these exact cards came out. Now, they're speaking to me in different ways, but still the same. So the Page of Swords is a quality of open-mindedness. And there is this ability to be in these wide open spaces, in this very free, I love this, like, the feeling I get from this is like that perfect temperature outside where it's not too hot and it's not too cold, and there's this beautiful breeze, and there's these obviously giant puffy clouds in the sky, and it's just like one of those perfect days, you know? And I feel like the essence of April has the potential to be just full of these perfect days, and to really just allow these days to be whatever they are or whatever they need to be. Let the days fill up with the daily tasks and do your things and just kind of keep going with your life as normal, but also like allow for things to come in and shift and change and kind of cajole you a little bit, because we are building up to eclipses on April 30th. And Aries season is 8th house activation for you. So we've got this whole quality of change going on. And I think that we know, like in our heart of hearts, we know that we're changing. We know that we as people are changing and evolving, and that we are coming into this kind of interesting, it's like this period or this ritual of initiation into something new. And our relationships will change, and our career paths will change. Our relationships with friends and family and children will change. Our relationship with the divine will change. And I just sense that Virgo is so ready for that evolution to finally occur. And in the environment, we have the Strength card, which of course is powerful and, persevering. So in the environment, there will likely be events and people and, occurrences that you're going to be required to be strong. But I don't know that this is going to take a lot of effort. This is not like a strong in terms, I have to really try to be a strong person here. I have to really strive to be in my, no, it's just, you just are a stronger person now. And your boundaries are stronger. Your self-awareness is higher. Your resonance is much, much higher. And so I'm getting this sort of impression that this is an opportunity for you to see how far you've really come. It's an opportunity for you to really test your faith in what you know to be true. And it's an opportunity for you to live in your truth as well, but not like only your truth. It's also like the truth, right? The truth of what truly is. And I see you feeling very much at peace in spite of what might be going on around you, because there will be a lot of crazy stuff going on around us. Aries season is a very volatile season. We got this new moon on April 1st, conjunct Chiron and Mercury. All right, so we've got Moon, Chiron, Sun, Mercury, all at like this 11, 12 degree mark. And there's this potent sort of quality of self versus, and we also have this Libra card, self versus other. And the other side of the scale, if you will, the other side of the balance is going to just show you a lot about you. So I love what's happening for you. And we have this card over here that says, hold your vision. See, Virgo, I know that you know what you want in your life. And I think the 6th house activation that's going on right now, we've got Mars, we've got Saturn, we've got Venus. Now, Venus will be moving into Pisces very early on in the month on the 5th. Mars will enter into Pisces on the 14th. But still, the first few days of April, there is still this continued focus on kind of, and I always say the 6th house is like a house of self-mastery. Saturn taught us a lot of lessons this year so far with the Venus retrograde in Capricorn. Plus then once she was out of retrograde, she was still kind of coming into a conjunction with Saturn in Aquarius. Now she's off of it now, so that energy is waning. But I think Saturn had a lot to teach us about a lot of things, and we had to come into some very real realities. But a part of that process enabled us to have a vision for ourselves and what we truly want in this life. And we weren't able to really hold any kind of lies or be in any kind of denial about anything with that transit. And so now we really are operating from this more soul level, soul driven place. And don't be afraid to ask for what you want. Please do not be afraid, because this dawn, new beginnings, material and spiritual prosperity. I mean, like, there are promises here in this reading with these cards that say, Virgo, you're going to have everything you want. Virgo, you will have the money that you want. You will have the romantic life that you want. You will have the family that you want. You will. There's a lot of positive affirmation here, and to be prepared, because through 22 and 23, now we've already had an eclipse in, last year in Taurus. We had it at the 26th or 27th degree. I think it was the 27th degree of Taurus. That full moon eclipse was really, really strong. And it was kind of that initiation into this nodal transit with the node and south node in Taurus and Scorpio, which are, accompanied by Uranus, which means radical change. So things are happening quickly. So don't be afraid to ask for what it is you really want, because otherwise you might get something that you don't want. And then the last oracle card is the whale spirit, trust the great mystery. And I think a lot of people are feeling a lot of uncertainty right now. But that's exactly what you should be feeling, because it is in this space of uncertainty that we are allowed to really dream. And we are allowed to write the story from a blank piece of paper. So I think that the trust is a part of the strength here, and it's a part of your ability to gauge your self-awareness path. And regardless, again, of what anyone else is doing or saying or however they're behaving or whatever, it's the people who can self-reflect that are in the greatest position of power. Okay? Because with the Four of Coins coming out, it tells me first, right? It tells me that maybe you've been kind of stuck with something, or you've been hanging on to something a little too tightly. You have been, whether it's a belief or whether it's a circumstance in your life or whatever has been stagnant, whatever has been maintained and kept just a little too long, it's time to kind of free up that energy channel. It's time to clear the chakra. It's time to clear out both the physical and spiritual and emotional, or whatever, physical and metaphysical, let's say it that way, aspects of this thing. Now, we're all going to have our own individual things, whether it's a toxic relationship with somebody, whether it's a cluttered house, whether it's a conversation we've been avoiding, or an emotion from childhood that we've been avoiding, whatever it is. It's time to really clear that out. And the moon in the reversal here says to me, this is what when I said at the beginning, these great big doors opening, I feel like you're kind of standing in front of this giant, like I'm getting this image of huge wooden doors, like medieval doors that are just, 20 feet high and solid, like 12-inch wood, and when they open and close, it's just like this boom, like this huge resonance. But these gates are opening, and I feel like this heavy opening of something, and as soon as those gates open, that wind can just whoosh through, and it's kind of like you feel this breath of fresh air, because this gate or this doorway that has been closed and cluttered and shut off for so long is now open, and what's behind those gates is so vast and so limitless and so full of possibility that it's almost as like you're going to look back and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, like I had no idea that keeping these gates closed was hindering me in so many ways. But it's your time now, Virgo, to walk through these gates. And you may have to confront some fears. You may have to confront something within you, because there was a reason why you kept that gate closed, right? There's a reason. You were probably, coping with something, or you needed that gate closed temporarily while you were dealing or healing or whatever it was. But I don't know. I don't think that these gates can stay closed anymore. They just simply can't. You're just opening. And that's what I love about this Page of Swords, is that he's so free to be in this open space. And he's ready to be there. And he's ready to have the freedom of mind, the freedom of heart, the freedom of spirit. He's ready to live in the moment. He's ready to stop thinking about the past and stop, he's not in that like drudgery. And I feel like having those gates closed was like this chore that you never intended to take on. And I see that kind of quality with the Ten of Wands. It just got so heavy, and it got so that it required so much effort to keep them closed. And now you're in this position where you don't want it anymore. You don't want that gate closed. Which means that once these gates open, you're going to have to put down these 10 wands. You're going to have to put down this heavy load that you've been carrying, and you're going to have to, give yourself a break. You're going to have to forgive yourself for things. You're going to have to, ask other people for forgiveness, or offer other people for forgiveness. You're going to have to really let this go. But I think the thought of letting something go feels so good. And it's almost as though you may even have some kind of an emotional purge, because it's what's needed. But see, what happens as soon as all of that takes place, which likely will happen very quickly, because this is just a decision. It's just a moment that you decide that these gates should open, and that you should put down this burden, and that you should be happy and free and full of love and light. That's where you deserve to be. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to have pleasure in your life. You deserve to have goodness. You deserve to have amazing people. You deserve to not have toxicity. You deserve to have a clean home. You deserve to have, beautiful children. This is what you deserve. Okay? And the moment that happens, I look at this 3 of Cups, I look at this 4 of Wands, and I look at this 8 of Wands, and I see it all coming together really, really, really fast. And see, 3 of Cups and 4 of Wands, both to me are cards of abundance. And abundance is, a very generic word that you get to decide what that means for you. Some people it is money. Some people it is a bigger home. Some people it is just happiness. It is a feeling of gratification or satisfaction. But whatever it is for you, however you fill that in, this is a part of your vision, right? Hold your vision. This is a part of your new beginnings. This is a part of material and spiritual prosperity. This is what I'm saying. These cards are promises. And when I pull these cards and when I read these cards, I have to honor them as such. These cards guide us, but they also show us the inevitability if you continue down this path. Therefore, it is inevitable energetically that you will have material and spiritual prosperity. It is inevitable that you will feel this new beginning energy. It is inevitable that you will find balance in your life. And by balance, I think in a lot of ways, I mean peace. And I see you surrounding yourself with very like-minded people. I see you having things to celebrate, even if it's something small, right? I mean, please celebrate the small things. I remember when I was first starting my channel and I had 10,000 followers and then, 15,000. It was like growing so fast and it was like such a big deal. And I remember every 5,000 I would do something special for myself of wow, you have to celebrate this. This was such a big, big milestone. It was a big step. And even if it seems little or it seems small, I think celebrating those things and being very present and being very appreciative of what is and what is going and what is growing is going to be so beneficial for you in order to keep the momentum going, right? 8 of Wands is all about momentum. So in your businesses, in your personal lives, with friends, all of it, just please celebrate and celebrate other people too, by all means, whether you're just scrolling on social media and someone, oh, I have a new relationship, say congratulations, right? Say, I'm so happy for you. Put that out there, put the happiness, put the joy, put the celebration, put the appreciation for it, and watch how quickly it comes back. Because when I look at this 2 of coins, the first image that came to my mind was a boomerang. I don't know why per se, but a boomerang came to my mind. It's you throw it out, it's going to come back. Throw it out, it's going to come back. Throw it out, it's going to come back. And over and over and over and over. And that's the faith, right? Trust in the great mystery. Throw the boomerang back. Will it come back? Of course it will. Throw it out, get it back, throw it out, get it back, throw it out, get it back. You shouldn't worry at all about any outflow, especially with that Venus retrograde. If there was any financial outflow, please don't worry. It will come back to you. And don't worry about anything coming out of balance, because here's Libra to balance. All the Aries activity is going to activate Libra as well. So, there is an element of balance to Aries season that we don't talk about all the time. Okay? And actually all cardinal energies are going to be activated with a square or an opposition, right? So Cancer and Capricorn, which is why Aries season can be really productive, right? Because Capricorn and Cancer both are, adding to that sort of ambition. They're adding to the kind of perseverant qualities, especially with the Strength card coming out in the environment. This is a great time to accomplish things, to get things done. Now, change of tune. Page of Cups reversed with a Knight of Cups. Now, I don't mind the Knight of Cups. I like this energy a lot. This is actually a Pisces energy. We've got a lot of Pisces coming through. We've got Venus coming through Pisces. We've got Mars coming into Pisces on the 14th. Plus, we've got Jupiter and Neptune in there as well. I've always said that April was going to be just kind of the best month of the year, because Venus is in exaltation. Jupiter and Neptune both are in rulership. And there's a lot of hope and optimism and rose-colored glasses. And sometimes, I know I'm talking to Virgos right now, but sometimes it is okay to put on those rose-colored glasses. Sometimes we need that, right? We need to see the hope and the beauty and the magic and the poetry, and we need to enjoy the music of what's happening and what's going on. And we need to be in that more in awe and wonderment type of place. Now, this could be an aspect of you, and it could also be someone else. Since Pisces rules your 7th house, we got the Libra energy. So that opposition from the Virgo first house is also, active as well. So for those of you who are looking for love, it's possible that one may enter, especially from a very unconventional or an unexpected place. For those of you who are in love, who have relationships, it is very possible that this could be an opportunity to truly deepen And I feel like this Knight of Cups can show you a lot about the beautiful things in life, because they just have a different way of appreciating life. And, you know, it's just completely different. It's a totally different perspective. And it's a perspective that I think you will really appreciate, because it's something that as you open these gates, you feel genuinely ready for. You feel genuinely ready to embrace the super, super high vibe point of view. And this is someone who more naturally does that. And they can mirror it back to you, and they can show you, and they can teach you and guide you in that way. And this is someone who is very well equipped to handle the mysteriousness of life. And they might be even a little bit more adaptable and whimsical, which gets them into some interesting situations with interesting people. But again, that's something that I think you're also ready for. New experiences. You're ready for a whole new library of knowledge. Now, I don't know, we'll pull clarifiers, but I don't necessarily know that this Knight of Cups is going to be like a forever and always. For those of you who are looking, it could just be a friend for some of you. It could be a creative partner. So if you're in a business, you might be looking for someone who has, you know, a little bit more, like just a totally different way of looking at things. And whichever way this Knight of Cups is in your life, it is a blessing. It is and will be and will continue to be a blessing. And I feel a strong compatibility with the Knight of Cups. They're not a perfect person, obviously, but I do feel a strong compatibility, which means that you can likely build a lot with them. So that can be a very generic way of saying a lot of things. So hopefully it's just, you know, you all have your own special ways of how you're going to enjoy that. But that's very exciting. When I saw the Knight of Cups, I did get a little like heartbeat thing going, because I'm like, wow, like I think Virgo really deserves this. You know, they deserve someone who makes them feel like life is magical, and who makes them feel like there are a lot of possibilities. And, you know, especially when we started the reading off with the Four of Coins, which can be very closed off. So this is a part of your opening journey. It's a part of your opening and healing process. And this is an important player or teacher. And if you think of this person as a teacher more than anything, then of course this relationship will likely be successful. So that's going to be a really, really positive note for many of you. So now it may not happen like in April, okay, but just kind of, it's coming. It's a part of this whole like whoosh of the gates opening. And again, a lot of things kind of barreling toward you. So there's a lot to look forward to. All right, let's pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below, so you can easily access. We usually talk for 25-30 minutes additional about these cards, so we often get a little more information. So let's start with the Page of Swords. What else does the universe need from Virgo? Let's just see. Five of Coins reversed. Oh, that star. I'm so happy. The star, I think, has showed up in every single reading. And I love that for kind of a Mars finishing off in Aquarius. And a Six of Swords. Have in the environment Death reversed. Oh, a Queen of Swords. One more for the environment. Emperor reversed. Interesting. Okay. Now let's start with the 9-card block. What else does Virgo need to know about this Four of Coins? What else about this Four of Coins? The Devil reversed, the Nine of Coins. Material and spiritual prosperity. Material prosperity for sure. Six of Cups reversed. Okay. The Moon reversed. High Priestess. Nine of Wands reversed. Ugh. The gates are opening. The gates are opening. Ugh, Ace of Wands. I'm so in love with that set of cards. So in love. Okay, Hermit reversed. Eight of Coins. Another Three of Cups. Five of Cups reversed. Four of Coins. Queen of Cups reversed. Likely the Four of Coins is something emotional with that Queen of Cups reversed, okay? Knight of Wands reversed. There's the Tower, of course. There's the Tower. I mean, it's eclipse season. I don't know, like, what did we expect? It's not going to be an easy month. It's not going to be all smooth. I mean, we have to expect the volatility, okay? Let me just set the expectations here and now. But you don't have to be affected by the volatility. Two very different things. Okay, Eight of Wands. Ooh, Eight of Cups. A lot of movement there. A lot of movement. Page of Swords again. Ten of Swords. We have Six of Wands. Knight of Coins, there you are. Three of Swords. Let's do one more for that. Four of Wands, beautiful. Oh, the Sun, amazing. Justice, another Libra energy, a lot of Libra energy. There might be a Libra in your environment. Judgment. Or an Aquarius. Feeling air energy. You might be attracting air-like people right now. Oh, beautiful. Strength. Top of this Knight of Cups here. Knight of Swords. See, another air sign. King of Swords, another air sign. Aquarius, Gemini. Let's do one more. Two of Wands, beautiful. Bottom of the deck, Seven of Wands. Okay. This is where we're going to pick up. So if you want to join me, we're going to talk about all these cards, get pretty deep. And if not, or if you want to join me, the link is in the description box, comment thread down below. If not, then I will see you next month. Have an amazing April. Love you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Super excited for these cards this month. I think generally speaking, in just a very generic sense, April has the potential to be a very hopeful and optimistic month because Venus comes into her exaltation in Pisces, so she's joining Jupiter and Neptune, who are both in rulership in Pisces. So this is an opportunity for all of us to feel positively toward what is coming for us in our life. And when I look at the King of Coins, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, this sort of abundant, grateful, and appreciative vibration is going to go a long way. Aries season is very much about planting seeds, and Pisces season can be very magical, where there are it's boundless, it's limitless. There are no restrictions under the Piscean quality. Even Mars is going to be making his way into Pisces on April 14th. So there's this quality of going above and beyond in terms of your expression of gratitude, your expression of appreciation. Now, I know that a lot of people went through a lot, right? Some people, myself included, got their butts kicked a little bit. Not everybody. Some people have had great, winter months, and they've been very productive, and they've been able to do a lot of things. So I'm not blanket statementing that by any stretch of the imagination. But if you were someone who was having a difficult time, whether it was financial restrictions or relationship issues or difficulty communicating with someone that you love, or if it was something, health-wise or friendship-wise or whatever it was, this is a time now where I think that we can move on into something healthy. And when I look at the King of Coins, which is a card of Taurus, I feel a lot of health coming through, and health, physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual health, all encompassing. And it's an opportunity for us to move forward toward greater prosperity. And I think that the hope can be, leveraged or used to create greater prosperity in our lives. And we're all going to have different areas where that may be needed. With the South Node coming through the second house, for a lot of us, it could be financial, but it might be something else as well. So just keep that in mind, because the more grateful, the more appreciative, or the more you can express that gratitude, okay, the more you can express that appreciation and that love, the higher your vibration will go. Now, in the environment, we have the High Priestess, which tells me that, whenever the High Priestess or the Hermit come out in this particular position, I always get this feeling that not a lot is really going on externally, that there are not a lot of answers, quote unquote, out there for you. All the answers need to be found from within. So if you're contemplating some sort of direction change in your life, if you're moving companies, or thinking about starting a business, or if you're thinking about, making some sort of external move, you're going to really need to just ask yourself, what feels right for me? What feels safe for me? What feels good for me? Because the people out there might not be able to really offer you the high quality advice that you genuinely need. And I'm not saying that they don't know what they're talking about. It's just that, someone could give you the best advice ever, and it still might not feel right. It still might not feel like that's really the path for you. So take everything just take everything in stride. I would highly recommend conscious fluidity as much as you possibly can, because you don't want to end up on someone else's track, okay? Because there's a lot of energy over in the 7th house for you right now. We've got a new moon on April 1st, conjunct Chiron. So we've got the moon, Chiron, the sun, and Mercury all together, which on one hand, that does reflect back to you, but there's more heavy weight in the other person's side of the scale. So something that's right for them might not be right for you. So allow time to pass before you lock yourself into anything. Because right now, as I'm seeing with this death card at the very first card, it tells me that you're coming out of some kind of significant period of your life, right? That there's a closure of some kind. And right now with this hold your vision, now I love that the King of Coins came out on top of this hold your vision as a fixed moon, because of course this is a Taurus quality. So there's that fixed energy at play, which means a little stubbornness could actually serve you quite well. Not compromising on your dream, not compromising on what you set out to do, not giving up, persevering, continuing to push through, to push forward. I think that the universe really needs your commitment to your dreams right now, Pisces, all the Pisces energy that's coming up here through April it will offer that hope to help you hold that vision. Because something is coming to a significant end in your life. I think this has a lot to do with the Eight of Swords here. What's interesting is that we have this Page of Coins in the middle between Death and the Eight of Swords. And I feel like this Page of Coins, I kind of sat with this for just a second before I turned the camera on after shuffling. And I was like, this Page of Coins feels like a facilitator of some kind, a channel or an avenue, a corridor, if you will. It could be in the form of a person, but it could also be in the form of a book that you happen to read, or an article you happen to read online, or a picture that you see that inspires something. It doesn't have to be like a human being, but it is a message of some kind. And it's a very important message because it's acting as a bridge between the end of this and this Eight of Swords. So what I'm sensing is that you're going to be receiving some form of download of information, okay, a moment of insight or an epiphany regarding all the ways, I think it's more than one way, all the ways that you hold yourself back. And it's all the ways that have prevented this vision from coming to fruition up to this point. And I don't think that this is seriously emotional stuff. I don't feel that. I don't feel like April is, even though there's all this Pisces stuff, I mean, it could be, but I feel like there's more logic and it's more rational, and that you're in this place of being ready to really just to hear it, or to really just to accept it. To accept that this has been problematic, to accept that this fear is still present, to accept that this pain still exists, to accept that this childhood wound has not been healed. And it's not like an affront to you. It's not something for you to be hard on yourself for. It's just illumination. It's just there. And it's an opportunity for you to work through it, to untether yourself from that thing. Because this Death card coming out very first really sets the tone that there's this determination within Libra to really, really be done with something. And I think this has a lot to do with Pluto coming into the very latter degrees of Capricorn, doing a retrograde this month. Okay, this is happening on April 29th. Like the day before the eclipse, which is happening in your 8th house. So, I mean, 4th house, 8th house, there's a lot of cleansing that happens in these particular houses. We're going to have this 8th house eclipse on the 30th conjunct Uranus. It's at the 10th degree mark. So it's very close to Uranus. Plus, obviously the nodes are there. So there's that as well. And there's just this quality of being pushed through an evolution, being pushed through a transformation, okay? And environmentally, this is probably one of the reasons why you can't really rely so heavily upon other people and their advice and what they would do, because they aren't you. And they don't really understand the effects of some of these swords. They don't really understand the effects of your childhood traumas. Now, we all have our own childhood traumas, right? We all have our wounds. We all have our shadows. But only you can experience yours. And a lot of people don't understand the uniqueness, or they don't appreciate the uniqueness of the impact of some of the things that have happened to us. So this is why I feel like a lot of the answers are going to be coming from within, that there's a lot of opportunity anyway, if you're attuned to it, for profound insight. And what I love about it is that it brings you back into harmony, which is such an important word for Libra. And also, FYI, this month on, what day is it here? 23rd, Mercury is going to break the Kalasarpa Yoga, which is a big deal because we've been in this position for months where all the planets are on one half of the node. So this is what happened back in 2020 as well, where there was just significant imbalance in the sky. So as Mercury moves forward into Gemini later on in April, it's going to do a retrograde between Gemini and Taurus, but at least it's going to be on the other side of the node. So we have that kind of rebalancing, recalibrating effect. And where there has been significant imbalance, we now find this harmony. And this could be harmony in a lot of different areas as well. I don't want to limit you to one area of your life. Like, it's not just like financial harmony. It's not just romantic harmony. It could be both. It could also be a little bit more harmony within your work life and within your family life and within your, your relationships with your children. Just in general, you are feeling more calibrated. And when a Libra feels calibrated, they feel charged, they feel energized, they feel like they can draw upon the real, life force source energy in a powerful way, and it enhances the creativity, it enhances the work performance, it enhances the ability to give and receive love both. So this is kind of a moment, I think April in general is a moment of release for Libra. But it's going to come with epiphanies. It's going to come with moments of insight, which is fine. Again, I don't see it being overly emotional. Now, as we move forward to the Seven of Coins, I think Libra is going to have this feeling of like, well, there's a quality of being enough. Now, the King of Coins will never, ever ask himself that. Not even once. And this is one of the things that I think we have to consciously really work on, is feeling deserving, feeling divine, feeling the true source essence that we truly are, and not being apologetic about it or not rationalizing it in any way, and just being like, no, like I am a goddess, I am, a king of coins, I am a queen of coins, whatever you identify, I'm the empress, whatever I am, and I can create, and I can have, and I can give and receive, and I do have significant value, and to continue to feed yourself these positive affirmations, and to continue to feed your ego, like by all means, because I don't think that it's going to feed your ego in a negative way, but rather supercharge it in a way that feels capable, so that you're not holding yourself back. I think maybe that's one thing that Libra needs, is an ego boost. Having the sun in opposition can offer that a little bit, because it highlights kind of a place within you that is maybe feeling a little bit like there's a void somewhere. Okay, so it gets, what's that Rumi quote? The wound is where the light enters you. So you get to allow the light to enter you through your wounding to kind of boost you up a little bit. And I think your friends, I'm really loving the Three of Cups this month. It's coming out a lot. And I'm getting a sense that people are feeling a little more social, a little more engaging, more fun, especially with all of this Piscean energy. There's a lot of community, there's a lot of togetherness, there's a lot of bonding and spiritual union, and just like being with the people that you vibe with, people that make you laugh, people that like that you can tell anything to, that you can go deep with or not if you don't want to. It's just like you being yourself, and being around people like that can be so healthy for the soul. And especially for Libra, because we do have, at least in the beginning of the month, the first few days, Venus moves into Pisces on the 5th. So she's kind of moving on fairly quickly within the month. But Mars is still going to be in the 5th house with Saturn for, till the 14th. So there is still that 11th house aspect. And when you aspect the 11th house by opposition, there's, accentuation on your friendship groups and your communities here. And, there might be changeover. There might be choosing to be with different groups over other groups. But whatever it is, I think there's a lot of goodness through that particular channel for you because it's fun, it's light, it's not heavy, it's not overly emotional, and it's just something that you can just genuinely enjoy. Because you have enough going on with the Death and the Eight of Swords up here. You have enough going on that you don't need any extra added heaviness. You know, we're looking toward love, right? Love is the definition of good things and health and light and joy and passion and creativity and all of this. And anything you can do to bring more love in your life is an absolute, like, heck yes, double thumbs up, go for it. Okay, now this Knight of Cups is kind of an interesting energy for me because I feel like this, like, when I look at this Three of Cups, I see someone who radiates, right? You're radiating light. Libra's very charming anyway, so you automatically have that sort of gravitational pull. It's likely that you will pull in a lot of people maybe that also are not your preference. Now, I don't necessarily dislike the Knight of Cups, but when he's reversed, I feel like he has not the best intentions. And he's not as examined, right? The self-examination is not as in-depth as your self-examination. Now, this could be a past lover. We do have 7th house activation, so that's definitely a possibility. It could be someone new who tries to kind of squirrel into your life a little bit, whether romantically, creatively, or someone who pretends to be a friend and, you know, has that like wanting friends with benefits thing. I don't know. I think you're going to be able to pick up on the vibe pretty fast. I mean, generally speaking, Libra is a highly intuitive zodiac sign. You don't get enough credit for it, but you are. And I feel like this High Priestess here is really going to be, you know, a big part of your ability to really suss out what's going on here. If it's not romantic, because it doesn't have to be, it could be someone, you know, a potential client coming in that you just don't get the best vibes from. It could be a new neighbor that moves in that gives you the creeps. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of something weird. I don't think that it's not like they're like dangerous or anything. It's just, you know, it's just a weird vibe. They're just not on your vibe. And the separation between high vibrational and low vibrational is becoming more and more and more distinctive. That sort of canyon, I'll call it like a canyon between the two groups, is becoming more like wider. So it's not going to be hard for you to tell, okay? Now, I want you to also look back at this 7 of Coins and realize that the Wheel of Fortune is directly underneath it, okay? This feeling of maybe not being enough or not having enough, like if there's something that you want to do, like a new project you want to start, but you're feeling like you don't have the resources for it, I'm telling you, those resources are on the way. I'm not worried about Libra financially in any way, shape, or form. I have a feeling that this Death card got pretty scarce, that there was feelings of scarcity. There was feelings of, well, where is this going to come from? How am I going to get it? Where, who, what, why, how, all those questions, right? But the Wheel of Fortune is turning over in your favor. It is in the upright position, which means we got the party people up top. We got the party people here, right? So we have the party people. We have the good things coming. And the thing you should definitely not be doing is, well, when and how and what can I do to bring it in? That's absolutely not the right avenue to choose. Okay, this is just going to say, okay, this is an inevitability that it's going to come in. The money, the people, the resources, whatever I need will show up. So knowing that it will be here in divine timing, whatever that might be, maybe there's something I can do today to push this forward regardless, like in the meantime. And I would highly stress the importance of doing things in the meantime, because as you do things in the meantime, You're going to know, because the Wheel of Fortune is never like an all-in energy. It's never like, okay, here's the lottery. So you have your $100 million, so now you can do it all at once, right? It's not like that. It breadcrumbs you. And it takes you from point A to point B to C, C to D, D to E, and so on and so forth. This is not a time to be looking from A to Z. Just only A to B. That's it. Only A to B. And watch as things come in. Like a King of Wands, which is a much, much, much better match for a King of Coins than a Knight of Cups reversed. And you will notice the stark contrast, the stark difference between the two of these, and you're going to gravitate toward the King of Wands 100%. Okay? Now, this King of Wands may bring in the Ace of Coins. He may be a source for you, financial source, give you money, or he may be a potential lover if you're single looking for love. If you're married, this could be you and your partner doing something together, helping you. However it manifests for you, this King of Wands is someone who's, first of all, very, very drawn to you and respects you. And I think there's a mutual respect. I haven't done all these oracles yet. Let's do these oracles for 1 second, because we have clouds shape-shifting. That goes beautifully with the Death card. Libra, whether you like it or not, you're changing. We're all changing right now as Saturn, over the next several years, really to like 2026, when Saturn is like officially in like Aries. Saturn's going to be doing the Pisces energy for a long time. This is going to be like a long, drawn-out ending of a Saturn transit through the Zodiac, all right? Because it's going to be in 2023 and 2024. 25, it comes into Aries, retrogrades back into Pisces, and then moves back into Aries. So it's like this whole thing. And we are changing rapidly. There's this rapid unraveling. And I keep using that word because it feels like it's the only word that's truly appropriate. It's like layer after layer after layer after layer, and we just keep getting more and more and more authentic and more real and closer to source and closer to the light. And we keep dropping these layers of illusion. And the more you do that, the lighter you become, the brighter you shine, the more you create, the more money you make, the more you fall in love, the happier you get, the more joy comes into your life. And it doesn't mean that you won't still have contrast or issues pop up, because you definitely will, but the way you handle and perceive them is going to be in a totally different capacity, and nothing will be able to really bring you down. And look, be spirit, sweet results await. There's a promise in this reading, especially with the Wheel of Fortune and the Ace of Coins, that suggests that you are about to receive significant blessings, that you're about to receive the sweeter things in life, as long as you allow them. But see, there are going to be a lot of Libras who will not allow it, because they are so bogged down and so comfortable in their pain and fear and shame and guilt. And you may know a Libra, you may be cross-watching for a Libra who has every opportunity in the world to make their life better, and they simply will not do it. They refuse because they do not have the will, Leo, the will, another fixed energy, by the way, fixed moon, Taurus energy, Leo energy. They do not have the will or the determination or the belief in themselves to improve. Well, improve is not even the right word, but to find freedom. They're happy in their prisons. People watching this probably are not happy in the prisons because you're aware. Eight of Swords. It's like once you're aware that you're in some kind of a prison, isn't it like one of the first instinctual things to get out? I don't want to be trapped. I don't want to be caught in this. I don't want to be lost. I don't want to be, in this dark place. I want to be in the light, in the sunshine, in the warmth. I want to be with Source. I don't want to be separate from source. And I don't like the pain and the suffering that comes with feeling that I'm separate. And so there's a determination within Libra to get into this place of wholeness or harmony in every and all aspects. And this is one of the things with this reading is I don't want to specify which area of your life, because it's all areas. And I love the willingness to push forward toward this vision. And see, this is why you probably can't really rely on other people, because as good intentioned as they are, and they are, and as intelligent as they are, and they are, unlikely that they're on your track. Highly unlikely. But there's a lot of success. There's a lot of victory in store for Libra, without question. Okay, let's pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, all these cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive readings. The links for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. So if you want to join, please do so. Okay, so let's take a look first at what comes out. So we're going to be clarifying the King of Coins, which is what else does the universe need from you? Page of Swords. So what else does the universe need from Libra? King of Wands, a Leo energy, Leo here. I feel like that one. Wow, King of Swords, Aquarius energy. Okay, you are officially coming out super stubborn, but I love it. I think Libra could do with some stubbornness in their life, some stick-to-itiveness, and some like putting their foot down on some things and saying, no, like this is not how it's going to go, or this is how it's going to go, and just kind of, again, holding that vision. Four of Wands in the environment. The shadow side, which is like the Devil card. And remember what I said? High Priestess and the Hermit. And look, the Hermit came out. Yeah, okay. Where's the other deck? Okay, here we go. Let's clarify the Death card here. Okay, got reversals, just checking. Okay, the Death card. What else does Libra need to know about this Death card? Eight of Coins reversed. Tower reverse and the Fool. Beautiful. Okay. Page of Coins. Ace of Cups reversed. Say 10 of Swords. That Page of Coins is a very important energy. It's so subtle, and it probably won't even be like a big thing, and you might not even realize it when it happens, but it's such a big deal in terms of like the epiphany that you're meant to receive. So we have Seven of Cups, we have the Six of Swords, and Nine of Coins reversed. Ooh, another Death card. Death reversed this time. Eight of Cups reversed. Wait, what was this card? Seven of Coins, yeah. And the Star. Oh, beautiful. The Star has been coming out like crazy this month, and I am so here for it. Chariot reversed. King of Cups, which is the final fixed energy here, and then the 10 of Cups. So officially every fixed zodiac sign has been represented: Taurus, Leo, Aquarius, and Scorpio. Okay, guess these three or four. For the Knight of Cups. Wheel of Fortune with the Hermit. A Knight of Swords. Another Wheel of Fortune and a Six of Wands. Beautiful. I love a Wheel of Fortune on top of a Wheel of Fortune. That's definitely a promise. Seven of Swords reversed. Another Three of Cups. Hierophant reversed. We have Seven of Wands, an Emperor, and a King of Swords. And the Moon at the bottom of the deck. Beautiful. This is a powerful reading. A lot of really big stuff coming through. So if you want to join, again, link in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you an amazing April. Thank you so much. You guys know I love you, and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. I'm so excited about this set of cards. I mean, I feel like there is this initiation going on for Scorpio. It might be kind of a complicated initiation, but it is an initiation nonetheless. And I think you can really feel it. You know, I think you can feel that you're changing, you're shifting, your life is evolving, and things are beginning, and it's definitely a beginning energy. We start off with the Page of Wands, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. This is a very playful, kind of adventurous, fearless, head held high, having fun, having a sense of adventure, having a sense of curiosity type of energy. What is it that you are embarking upon, Scorpio? Because I'm getting this sense that like there's this new mission in your life. You know, with the South Node, right here, don't let your past hold you back, South Node. With the South Node transiting Scorpio, it is inevitable that something will leave your life. Something that no longer serves. Sometimes those lessons can be really hard. Sometimes not so much. You know, sometimes it feels normal and we just move on and it's fine. But other times it's like there can be a real sense of loss or a real sense of surrender, or there can be a very real sense of powerlessness sometimes. And when that happens, of course, Scorpio being Mars, Pluto ruled, you know, really don't let anything keep you down that long anyway. You just sort of pick back up and move on, and you move on to the next big thing. And I think it is something big, you know, whether it's internal, you know, like an emotional purge of some kind, or a whole new external undertaking, a new business or whatever. And with the Aries energy being so active, Aries I am, and Aries rules your 6th house. So it would make sense that some of you might be embarking upon a new work journey, a new health journey, new types of regimens, new habits, new, you know, just kind of new mundane types of things that you do in your normal life. But this is not just starting a new project. It's not so simple, because prosperity begins tells me that this is something longer lasting than just, you know, an impulse. It's something that will have longevity, that will last a long time. You're in the very, very infant stages of it though. Aries is about, the actual like breathing life into an infant. So it's like the very first breaths. It's not even the very first steps yet. It's the very first breaths. So these new ideas, these new sort of desires that are kind of popping up for you, pay very close attention to what it is they're trying to say, because they're guiding you or channeling you into something pretty profound. In the environment, we have the World card, which says that that there are really big endings going on for Scorpio too. And it's like the end of an era, but the beginning of a new one. And you may feel like April is this time of hope because we have so much Piscean energy going on. We've got Jupiter, Neptune conjunction at the very first, days of April, at the same time that we have this new moon in Aries, which is conjunct Chiron, which can indicate, an opportunity for substantial healing, especially if you're feeling insecure with anything. We get to go to that place that feels insecure, and we get to love that place and offer a great deal of compassion, because all the Pisces energy is very hopeful, very optimistic, very rose-colored glasses, very romantic. Venus moves into Pisces on the 5th. Mars follows on the 14th. And Pisces, while it is very hopeful, it is also the end of the Zodiac. So there's, closure that is happening. Your life is transitioning, and I feel like you can tell that the doors of the past are closing with substantial resonance, and that you are embarking upon something brand spanking new. Like this has never been done before in Scorpio's life, but you're following your instincts, wolf. You're making your dreams real, spider spirit. You get to weave this incredible tapestry that is your life. And I don't see Scorpio really holding back, because the Four of Coins, I don't know, maybe that's a part of the closure. The places where you held back. You may not, I don't know. I don't normally see Scorpio as being a sign that holds back, except for maybe, like emotionally or whatever. But when it comes to things in the world, when it comes to your ambitions, when it comes to the things you want to accomplish, I don't know. I don't see you holding the reins. But who am I to say, if there is something, somewhere, some area of your life where you have been holding back. I'm kind of getting this image of someone on a horse, right? Like trying to get the horse not to run by like pulling the bit kind of thing. I'm not a horse person, but they have like the reins and they have to pull that neck back a little bit. I feel like the reins are starting to dissolve. And you can try to hold back, or you can try to pull them, but they're just going to dissolve. They're going to disappear. And all of a sudden, you're going to be on this like wild Mustang running on the beach, boom, and everything is going to start moving very, very quickly for you this year. Should you allow yourself to be on that ride? Now, some Scorpios are going to freak out at the speed at which things have the potential to truly move, and they are going to self-sabotage, and they're going to go very toxic. Most Scorpios watching this type of content are doing the inner work, and that's not necessarily a threat. So you just have to be prepared for things to move quickly, and you have to be prepared for things to change quickly. Let's not forget, y'all have Uranus in opposition from you. We've got eclipses building this month. The change is inevitable. And sometimes it's more radical, but because we have this Jupiter-Neptune conjunction and all this Piscean quality, it's also very just sort of has that dissolving quality as well. So it's radical, it's dissolving, it's evolving, it's moving, it's changing, it's revolutionary in your life. And with the High Priestess coming out right next to the Four of Coins, it tells me that you know that this is for your highest good, and that it is extraordinarily purposeful and meaningful in this next chapter of your life. See, this wolf, I keep getting pulled into this wolf energy. I love the wolf as a symbol. Like the wolf and the eagle for Scorpio to me are like so much better than like an actual scorpion for some reason. Kind of like with Cancer, I always see like a mama bear instead of a crab. I'm like, why are we using these weird crustacean animals that are not, I don't know. But I love a wolf for Scorpio. I'll just say that. Because there's this quality of intelligence, alertness, listening, instinct, intuition, and also kind of like the lone wolf a little bit too, like being incredibly self-reliant. And while you can incorporate others, and we do have the Lovers here, you can incorporate others into what it is you're doing. But I also think for the majority of you're in the driver's seat here, like you're in the captain's position. So even though there might be other people coming on board, you are still in command. And I don't see you losing that kind of command. And it's not about control, right? It's not about controlling outcomes per se, but it's about properly delegating or properly emitting certain frequencies, or holding certain emotions, or holding certain space in a certain way that is unencumbered by other people. So there's a power, like an empowerment or a sovereignty going on with Scorpio as well. And I love the High Priestess for Scorpio energy, because I feel like you truly do embody that on a regular basis. All the water signs are very good at it. They can hold themselves there and be in that place. And then we have the Lovers right next to the High Priestess. So to me, this is almost kind of like, there's you as a solo individual, and then there's you with other people. Now, later on in April, as we activate Taurus, okay, because we're going to have Mercury moving into Taurus, we're going to have the Sun moving into Taurus, we're going to have eclipses in Taurus and Scorpio later on, but mostly the focus is on Taurus, which is 7th house for you. And 7th house activity does have a lot to do with the other side of the scale, right? The other person. So whether it's a romantic person like your spouse or your significant other, a business partner, someone that you're even in court proceedings with, or if you are, any legally or commitment bound to anybody else, I feel that there is potentially harmony or radical events, two totally different things, I know I'm contradicting, that could occur. So if you're in a really tough situation with someone, you could have like a break, and it could work out really well for you. If you're in a great situation with someone, there could be a change that occurs. Now, it doesn't have to be bad or good. The thing about change is that it's very kind of just a neutral thing. It could be great, it could be not so great. It really just depends on where you're at. Every individual, everyone watching this is going to have their own scenario. But change nonetheless. But because the Lovers is present and it's upright, it tells me that it's toward greater harmony rather than more chaos. So your heart opens in a new kind of way. Maybe some of you fall in love because, of course, Pisces is activating your 5th house. So if you're single and you're dating and you're looking and you're feeling very romantic, it's possible you may meet somebody. It's possible there could be a commitment on the table for you sometime soon. It's possible that you fall deeply, madly, crazy in love with the person you've been in love with for 20 years. It's possible your other person comes to you and asks for forgiveness for something. Whatever it is, the Lovers, I feel, is a closeness. And for those of you who maybe don't relate so much to the other person scenario, this could also be you coming closer to source, you having a spiritual breakthrough. We do have a lot of 6th house activity, which is very hermit energy. So a lot of meditation, a lot of contemplation, a lot of thinking things through for the sake of coming into greater levels of wisdom and greater levels of self-mastery, specifically mastery of thought. So the Lovers is a very promising indicator to me, okay? Especially when it's followed by the 9 of Cups and the 10 of Coins. It's bringing you toward a greater state of joy and abundance, especially prosperity begins. Oh, the Empress, please. How did I not even pull that in? 9 of Cups, 10 of Coins, the Empress. It's almost as though the universe says, well, what do you want? And you say, well, this is what I want. And it says, okay, well, here you go. Here's the emotional, love and support and the fulfillment. And here's the material fulfillment. And here's you on top of the mountain. See, 9 of Cups to me is kind of like that essence of feeling fully satisfied. Feeling satisfied with your home environment, feeling satisfied with your children, satisfied with your spouse, satisfied with your money, satisfied with your job. It's just an overall sense of satisfaction. See, and I love that you're kind of in this new beginning place. But I don't think that you're starting this new beginning place from a state of dissatisfaction. You're not like starting this new thing because you're so completely frustrated with where you are. I think you feel great where you are. And this is what is giving you this kind of peace of mind to move forward. Like you have stability in your life to at least some extent, hopefully. Or it depends on whether you perceive it that way. Because again, the South Node, if you're sitting there and you are like perceiving so many things that scare you or that create a sense of panic or anxiety, right? If you're perceiving those kinds of things, it's going to be very difficult to fully launch because this 4 of Coins is like an immediate boom block if you're feeling scarce. So the first thing I would say is if you're having a hard time initiating right now, Aries, okay? If you're having a hard time initiating, really, truly, like take time to pull yourself back and tap into that abundant frequency through the expression of gratitude and appreciation for the things that are in your life. Reach out to family members that you love, reach out to friends that you love, do things that you love, romanticize the small things about your life. The thing that I've always kind of come back to is like if you love your cup of coffee in the morning or cup of tea in the morning, like make it this important event in your life where you sit in your favorite chair, you look out your favorite window, no television, no phone, and just kind of just be so present in that moment and enjoy the richness of that moment. Because that will kind of start your day off in a higher quality type of way that is satisfied. And then we can move on to the more material things. It's like, this is more emotional, this is more material, looking at the things that you have, the car that you can drive, the home that you have, the clothes that you can wear, the fact that you can go to a grocery store and get clean produce, like that's a really beautiful thing. And to be able to enjoy that will set you off so right. So everyone's going to be on their different level here. I'm just trying to speak to each level. But this path of yours is going to be an enhancement of all things good. Okay, it's going to be an enhancement of all things good. So your finances will get better. Your romantic situation will improve. Your home, you may upgrade your home in the next few months or this year at some point. You may get a new job or switch to a whole new career. You may start your business. You may, again, whatever it is you're launching. The Empress is, of course, going to succeed. There's not a doubt in my mind. Now, the Hierophant is interesting that it's reversed because I tend to really love the Hierophant a lot because I always say it's our inner Buddha or our inner guru. But see, I don't know that you necessarily need, I feel that you're so aligned right now. I don't know that you really need to tap into your inner guidance because you're already tapped in. It's a matter of whether or not you're going to ignore it or not. Now, there may be someone external from you that may not have your best interests at heart. So doing what Scorpio does best, right? I don't know that. Hold on, how can I say this? Because I'm getting a kind of a contrast between trust and skepticism or full-on distrust. I don't know that skepticism or distrust is going to serve you this month when it comes to other people, specifically people who position themselves in positions of authority. Because right now, remember, you're kind of top dog here. This is about sovereignty. And people who position themselves in positions of authority, meaning they tell you they know more than you, they tell you they have more access than you, they have, higher level contacts than you. Whatever it is they say, I would be very, very hesitant to move forward with someone like that, especially if they're bragging. Really, really not liking the bragging energy at all right now. Now, you can brag on yourself, right? Your talents and your skills and all of that. I had that conversation with Libra to kind of boost your ego a little bit in order to instill confidence. But people who are bragging about what they have, big no energy. Big no energy, okay? Stay away from people like that because they are going to fall flat on their face, probably. Most likely, they will fall flat on their face. They are probably people who are getting a little too caught up into the delusional energy of Pisces. Jupiter conjunct Neptune. They're overly compensating where they really should not be. Okay, so Pisces energy is real tricky. You have to really know how to navigate it. As a water sign, you're probably a little bit better at it. But the pompous stuff just really is not going to work. Keep your eyes peeled for something more real. Ace of Coins. This is going to be someone who puts the money on the table and says, look, Scorpio, here's the commitment I'm prepared to make. Paper signed, check is signed, contract signed, commitment is there, the ring is there, whatever it is, it's there, boom, here it is. Make people show you how serious they are, that they want to be with you. Make people show you how serious they are about growing something with you, about being on your track. This is your track, Scorpio. It is not theirs. South Node in your sign is kind of, the Vedics kind of often equate it with a very Mars type of energy. It can be a black hole energy, so you have to be very cautious of how you work with it. But it's okay to make it all about you. And while there has to be, incorporation of others with the North Node in the 7th house, we need the balance of both. So it's not all about the North Node in Taurus and 7th house. It's not all about that all the time. You have to make sure that you give yourself what you need as well. So it has to be both. Now, the 9 of Swords indicates to me a binding of some kind. I want to kind of really, because I don't get the worst feeling from it, which is weird because the 9 of Swords is arguably one of, if not the most difficult tarot cards. But I'm not getting a terrible vibe from it. In fact, I can't even explain this. I'm so sorry. This is the worst. I don't know. This isn't even tarot. I don't even feel like this is purely instinct, or intuition rather. I feel like you are going to commit to something, or there's potential for you to commit to something that really, really scares you, but is absolutely in line with where you say you want to be in life. These swords are pointing towards your dreams. So let's say that you're in love with someone, they put a ring on your finger and say, "Will you marry me?" And you've always wanted to be married and have a family. Let's say that was your dream. Okay? That can be terrifying to cross that threshold, put that ring on your finger and say yes, and to come into that reality and be like, wow, okay, I'm a fiance now. I'm about to be a husband or a wife, right? I'm about to be committed like that. Wow, I never thought that I would cross this bridge. So very, very different energy I'm getting from the Nine of Swords than what I would normally interpret. But it has a lot to do with you making your dreams real, has a lot to do with you putting your money where your mouth is, has a lot to do with you showing up for your life in the way that you have always wanted to show up for your life. And you get to really commit. And I think that this is going to instill a huge level of self-confidence moving forward, and also self-respect. Because when you do the things that you say you're going to do, even if they terrify you, at least you can say that you went all in and you gave it your all and you pushed forward, and that you earned your place at like this divine round table. You can really say that, and you can be proud of that. And so, interesting vibe that I'm getting there, but we'll clarify that too. So let's pull out the clarifiers here. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. Sometimes we go really in depth. So let's start with the Page of Wands. So what else does the universe need from Scorpio right now? What else does the universe need from Scorpio? Wheel of Fortune. King of Swords. Four of Coins reversed. See, Four of Coins reversed. Now we have the World card, which is the environment. What else does Scorpio need to know about the environment? Death. Oh, death and the world. I mean, if this is at the end of an era, I don't know what is. Nine of Coins reversed. And the Moon reversed. A lot of weird things going on in the environment with other people. That's why you got to really just focus on you. I would not get involved or invested in anybody's anything. You can bring them on board to your stuff, but don't get involved in their stuff. Okay, now for the Four of Coins. Knight of Coins. Eight of Swords. This reading is a little bit of a trap, because if you don't make it past this first card here, then all of this is moot. It's like completely irrelevant. And you're just going to have to keep hitting up against this kind of this stuck thing, or this place where you're holding back, and you're going to have to continue to confront that until you can break through. The good news is these eclipses are offering you an opportunity to have massive breakthroughs. Massive, incredible. So now we have the High Priestess, Four of Cups, Nine of Swords. Yeah, I think you're being asked to do something that really scares you. To put yourself out there in some way, or to make some really big leap of faith. I don't know. Six of Cups. But you're also returning back to your roots. The Lovers. Oh my goodness. Three of Swords. Oh my goodness. The World reversed. Five of Wands reversed and the Moon reversed. Okay. Another Four of Coins. Oh my goodness, this has come out 3 times. So officially that Four of Coins is like the most potent of all the cards so far. Five of Cups. Page of Cups. The question is, can you truly, excuse me, not let your past hold you back? Legitimate question. Can you truly, Death reversed, not let your past hold you back? Another King of Swords. Queen of Swords, beautiful. The Empress, we have an Ace of Swords and a Knight of Cups. Nine of Wands. A Page and a Fool on top of that Hierophant. And the Sun. Beautiful, beautiful. Ten of Coins, beautiful. Now this final Nine of Swords. Hanged Man reversed. Knight of Swords. King of Wands. Bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Swords reversed. All right, this is I'm going to call it potent. It's a potent energy, or reading rather. Lots of interesting cards, a lot of moving pieces. So there's lots to talk about. So if you want to join, again, link in the description box and the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. I love you. Have an amazing April, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and get started. I guess we'll just do it normal. We'll start with the Queen of Cups. It's the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, when I look at this Queen of Cups, I see her very much being in her own world a little bit. And not because you're trying to avoid people, or it's not that you're not doing your daily duties with your family and your work and everything like that. You're doing your life, right? But there's also this theme of sovereignty emerging for April. And I love that for Aries season, because if we can't be sovereign during Aries season, then when, right? And I feel like very few things in this world right now have power over Sagittarius. Very, very few. Even the people that are closest to you and what they're going through and what they're experiencing, while you are compassionate towards those things and you love these people, there is a very distinct boundary between that's your stuff, it's not my stuff. And while I will hold space for you and your healing, and I will be here and I will assist in any way I can, it is not mine. And I feel this very strong, and it's beautiful, because this is when you are going to be able to help the most. For some reason, you're in this space of clarity, where not a lot of people are in a place of clarity right now. You have this very sharp mind. I think this has a lot to do with Mars coming through the third house for you right now. I don't see you being confused about things. I don't see you holding a lot of stress throughout April as things are doing whatever they need to do. I feel like in general, your life will I mean, don't get me wrong, we're building up to eclipses in Taurus on April 30th. We've got a Pluto retrograde on the 29th. We're breaking the Kala Sarpa Yoga, which is very exciting. There's stuff going on astrologically. We've got tons of Pisces energy. There will be a lot of emotion, but I don't see it impacting you in a way that it's going to be impacting other people. I see you holding really strong and really hard and really fast in what you know to be right and good and true and of the highest vibration. Now, in the environment, we have the Emperor, which tells me that there's either a person or an institution or some kind of organization or some kind of important thing. Let's just keep it very generic. There's an important thing that is prevalent in your life. The thing is that I don't see that they are demanding a lot of you, but they are needing a lot. Does that make sense? They might not be demanding a lot of you, but they are needing a lot. And this is when the boundary is very important, because again, it's like, well, I understand that, you're going through something, or I understand that you are having financial issues, or you're going through some emotional upheaval or whatever, but, that's not my job to carry that load. But how can I be supportive? And I see you being there without this total and utter self-sacrifice, because I don't think it needs your self-sacrifice right now. The Emperor is strong. It can hold itself up on its own 2 feet, and I think it's because what I'm feeling, I don't know why I'm getting this flailing feeling, like this Emperor is flailing, and you'll be a cheerleader all day long, like, come on, get up, get up, get up, get up, but you are like not going to help them get up. Like, they have to get up on their own, is what I'm sensing. This Emperor they got to figure it out. And they will figure it out. So again, it doesn't have to be a person. It could be like the company that you work at. Maybe they made some bad financial decisions, right? They got to figure it out. But they will. And I feel strongly that they will. And I don't see you holding fear. I see you holding grace. Now, we have this oracle card that says, step out of your comfort zone. And then we have this one over here that says, be peace. And this is what I look at this Queen of Cups, and I'm like, yeah, you are. You're this energy of peace. You're this energy of safety. There's this strong maternal or kind of parental quality of protection and love, and just like utmost and unconditional compassion. And I think that really is your safest bet when you're dealing with people, when you're dealing with the world, when you're dealing with all of these things that have the potential to really manipulate your emotion, right? Whatever it is, I don't see you allowing anyone manipulating your emotion. And that's what real, true sovereignty is saying, no, I'm not going to allow fear from that thing. I'm not going to allow anything other than peace, because that is what I want my life to be. I want my life to be in harmony. I want my life to be in peace. And it tells me that you are going to be triumphant in that fact. Now, this is an inevitability for you. Triumph is an inevitability for you. Okay, success is an inevitability. Will it happen all in April? Probably not. But April is going... Aries, we have the Aries card, and we are in Aries season for the majority of April till we make our way into Taurus season. But, this is that chance to begin a new life that is not easily cajoled and manipulated, that is not easily affected by what is going on, quote unquote, out there. Okay, this is true sovereignty, and this DNA karma, there is a lot of opportunity to break karma, not only your own, but ancestral karma as well, and to really be on the front lines of bringing on this, new earth that everyone keeps talking about, which really is just a higher resonance or a higher frequency that is more healed, that is more operating from consciousness and love. And this is an open door for that 100%. And you're getting it on your little micro scale with who and whatever this emperor is in your life. But here it is nonetheless, and you get to embark upon this journey. And it is a journey because it starts off with the Lover's reverse, which tells me that, I feel like with the Lover's reverse and the Two of Swords, some of you may have potential crossroads in front of you, certain choices in front of you. And these choices may make you feel in a state of disharmony. And what I would do in that instance, because with the Lover's reverse, sometimes there can be tension between two people. There could be tension between choices. There could be a perceived state of confusion. I don't see you being confused, though, not with the Ace of Swords, not with the card of Triumph. So don't deceive yourself by telling yourself that you're confused. With all of this Pisces energy, remember, April 5th, Venus moves into Pisces. April 14th, Mars moves into Pisces. Venus is going to be coming into a conjunction with Jupiter and Neptune at the latter degrees of Pisces as she starts really speeding up here. And, there's a lot of potential for deception. Whether it's self-deception or whether it's deception from the external inward, but you're not going to be deceived. That's the thing, is if you sit there and entertain the idea that you're confused or you're conflicted about something, or you don't know which path to really take, you don't know what's best, you don't know what's going to be the best solution. If you're entertaining those kinds of thoughts, none of the choices are the choices. Say no to all the things. Because that kind of conversation with yourself is leaking power. Remember, this is all about sovereignty. This is all about self-empowerment. And when you are in these moments of tension and conflict, entertaining things that don't feel right, you're leaking. And you're losing power on a daily basis. And just remind yourself, take a step back and remind yourself and say, no, Ace of Swords, I'm clear. I really am clear. And none of these options seem to work for me. And it's that fearlessness of saying no sometimes, because saying no to things or saying no to people, especially if there's a boundary situation going on with you and this emperor, there has to be a boundary, and maybe this is what it is, maybe it's something else, but drawing that line hard and fast and saying, look, this is your stuff. Please don't involve me in your stuff. I can't be responsible for your emotional journey. I can't be responsible for your broken finances. I can't be responsible for your bad choices because I wasn't a part of those. And standing firm in that belief and standing firm in the fearlessness of the consequences of that. Because there will be consequences, because when someone holds those boundaries hard and fast, a lot of people don't like it, especially if it's someone that you love and someone that you're close to. And here you are doing a little bit of the Sagittarian tough love, very direct and honest type of stuff. It's not always received well, even though whatever this is knows that you are speaking truth and you are the speaker of truth. In fact, I think in a lot of ways you might be the only one really willing to speak truth right now, or to hold truth, to stand firm in truth. And sometimes that can feel like a very lonely place. But when you're right, you're right. And I think you know that you're right. And you're not willing to play that game. Now, the King of Swords reverse is definitely someone who does not, maybe the Emperor, although it could be someone else entirely. This is someone that, like, it's not you. Definitely not your energy. This is someone who may go cold on you because you are speaking truth in some way. And that can be hard, because I often feel that Sagittarius is more on the forgiving end of the spectrum, you know? You don't have that, like, kind of Capricorn, Aquarian, super cold, detached ability, because you're fire. Like, why would you do that? Plus, we have the Aries energy. We've got the sun exalted in Aries right now. So, like, I don't think that that's really in your heart to be so cold. So when someone goes cold on you, I think it's out of, the word that's coming to my mind is actually jealousy or disempowerment. Someone who has seen your power and it has reflected back their level of disempowerment, which people hate. People hate having the truth of their own disempowerment reflected back. And I think that's what the King of Swords is. But this is where those boundaries come in really strong, because again, you're like, that is your problem. Magician in the very center of the reading. I am going to continue to hold this love and this compassion and this frequency and this healing energy, and I'm going to continue to hold this truth regardless of how cold you go, because your coldness is on you. And you may find that in April, there's a lot going on, but also nothing is going on at the same time. There's a lot of that. It's like fast but slow, push but pull. There's a lot of like paradoxical kind of energies going on, a lot of contradictions happening. I feel like you as an individual, in terms of your ascension and in terms of your consciousness and your growth, is growing rapidly, but the effects in the external world haven't quite caught up yet. That's why this Eight of Wands is reversed. That's why we got a lot of little reversals coming out here, because we're still in this death process. There are things coming crashing down now. There is skin that is being shed. You are emerging. And I love this Magician, because it is just the resonance from this. When this card came out in the very center of the reading, I felt this like sense of excitement, and like I just wanted to cheer you on and be like, oh my gosh, Sagittarius, you're doing such an amazing job here of like saying what you want in your life and holding that frequency and holding that emotion and keeping your mindset focused on that thing, right? Because the more energy that you put in, right? Emotion, energy, and motion. The more energy you put in motion towards something good and positive and productive and higher vibrational. And, you know, it's Aries season, 5th house activation. So there's a lot of creativity, new ideas, new projects, new initiatives happening. So the more and more energy you're putting into all those new initiatives, the more focused you are, and the less likely the less available you are for the BS. And your lack of availability keeps you very strong and simultaneously weeds out the weak. You are standing in the Magician's shoes without question. Some people, some Sagittarians don't know that. And they're going to get lost in this confusion up here with the Lover's reverse and the Two of Swords. They're going to get lost in these options because they're deceiving themselves. They're denying the truth that they know to be true in their heart. And they're going to get messed up with someone who's very disempowered. Now, Pisces season is a time for not Pisces season, but when Venus comes into Pisces and Mars comes in, there's going to be a lot of that rose-colored glasses energy. You have to be careful with that and direct it toward the right places. You can be very rose-colored glasses about your dreams, your creations, and things that you know you have control over. Please do not redirect the rose-colored glasses towards something you do not have control over. Because sometimes when you redirect that towards, say, a King of Swords reversed, you will see potential in someone who has no intention of living up to that in any way, shape, or form, and that will lead to some level of disappointment. I guarantee you it will lead to disappointment, because that King of Swords has no desire to be moving toward you at all. No desire to progress with you, no desire to grow with you, no desire to evolve. And that's, definitely not the right vibe. Not when it comes to keeping your dreams, not when it comes to having a life of peace and happiness and love. This is probably one of the hardest cards. We never really talk about how hard it is to be in the magician's shoes, because the level of consciousness has to be so high in order to be here. Because you have to be aware not only of your own true intentions, or you can't hide from yourself. The magician, it is impossible to hide from yourself. If you really want to be a magician, you have to be really clear about what's really going on inside of you. And this is one of the reasons why shadow work, as much as I am all like a super love and light person, I do understand the importance of shadow work, because if you don't understand the patterning and the conditioning and the traumas, you can't ever really truly be a true magician. Or it's kind of like half magician energy, but also half conditioned at the same time. So the creations get a little bit messy. They get a little bit sloppy. But when you stop running away from yourself, right? Step out of your comfort zone. When you stop running away from yourself and you go deep and you go into that pain and you release that pain and you become more pure and more innocent and more authentic, and you come closer to source, and you're able and capable of channeling source more directly, you really can be a magician, and you really can be unaffected by things, and you really can be in your sovereignty most of the time. And I do feel with the Fool energy that there is a beautiful release that could potentially happen through April for you, a substantial breakthrough for you in terms of what all this means and how to really do this. So you're not going to become a master magician in 1 month, but you are going to have a massive upgrade, to say the least. And there are always upgrades. There's never really a final destination anyway. And I think this is a journey that you truly love, and this is a journey that you truly appreciate. So while there are difficult things and people happening around you, and there are and there will be, you become stronger and stronger and stronger because of those things. I wonder how your focus is going to be with the Three of Coins reversed. I'm feeling like you will feel a little unfocused. I wouldn't be worried about that if you're a little bit scattered through Aries season and on into Taurus season with this eclipse building, with the Uranus energy kind of at play with that eclipse. The eclipse is at 10 degrees, 10 degrees of Taurus. Uranus, I don't know the exact degrees of Uranus, but he'll be a few degrees down the line. So it's not like perfectly exactly conjunct, but because it's like an accepting degree, or it's building up to it, there's still a lot of Uranian influence there. And I'm getting this sense that you will just be all over the place. And that's okay. Please don't be hard on yourself for that at all. If you're having a difficult time focusing, if you're having a hard time, sitting down and like finishing a task, it's totally fine. Okay. Whatever needs to get done will get done. You just have to acknowledge that you're in this pretty significant process right now. And it's not just a process that will help you with your interpersonal relationships, but it's a process that will help you with literally every area of your life. It will help you be a better spouse or a better partner, a better parent, a better business owner or employee. It will help you be a better creative, a better friend, a better all around in every area. Every area will improve, and that's something that is also an emerging theme throughout April, is that these changes that we're going through right now, these upgrades that we are experiencing, are absolutely beneficial, not only in a spiritual capacity, but in a material and real world way as well. Because the more sovereign you are and the more empowered you become, the more people will gravitate toward you. And even though right now we have this annoying King of Swords who is upside down and, I don't know, there's a leeching quality here. I don't know that you need to be so worried about that, because what you're going to notice is that this person will ricochet, and you'll understand that when you are a keeper and a holder of light and truth, that you are only going to be attracting better and better and better people who have more money to pay you more, people who want to work with you, people who want to support you, who want to love you, who want to buy from you. And it's kind of like this non-stop upswing from that point forward. So there's a lot of really, really positive things coming up for you, and I am so excited about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 25 to 30 minutes about these cards, okay? So we're going to clarify first the Queen of Cups, which is what the universe needs from you. Four of Coins. Page of Coins reversed. Definitely that one. Oh, another Magician. Exactly. Why am I not surprised? Now let's clarify this environment a little bit more. Oh, okay. So it may be the King of Swords. This Emperor is a powerful force. The Moon reversed. They're just a little lost right now. Ten of Wands, and they have a lot of work to do. Where's my other deck? Here it is. Okay, did I put reversals in? Yes, I did. Okay, so now let's take a look at the Lovers reversed. Judgment reversed. Star, which has been making an appearance in almost every single reading. Ooh, and the Chariot, beautiful. Now the Chariot is like this triumph card over here. And I love that he's got the little yin-yang there too. Page of Swords. Page of Wands. And the High Priestess. The Sun. The Eight of Coins. And the Six of Cups. The Devil. Three of Wands. Okay, well, the Emperor and the King of Swords definitely clarifying each other, so certainly the same person. Tower, boom. Six of Swords reversed. Queen of Coins. I like that you're coming out with the Queen energy because it's a lot softer and more receptive. And I think receptivity during Aries season is actually a superpower. Seven of Cups reversed. Two of Wands reversed. Four of Swords reversed. Four of Wands. Five of Swords reversed. Knight of Wands. Nine of Coins. 10 of Cups reversed. Oh, jeez. Hold on. That's too many cards. That's too many. And none of them popped out upright, so. Oh, beautiful. The promise of peace and hope. And then Queen of Cups on the bottom of the deck. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up. So again, if you want to join me for the comprehensive, the link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. We're going to talk about all of these cards. So hopefully I'll see you there. But if not, I hope you have an amazing April. You guys know I love you. Have an amazing month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I feel, as I don't know overall sort of general essence of these cards, that April is a time for Capricorn to feel like you're coming back to yourself again, but in a new, rejuvenated, and refreshed kind of way that is very clear from past blockages. And it's like you're probably going to start feeling like, oh, I'm so glad I'm back to myself again. I'm so glad that my life is getting, back on track, or that this goal is starting to really come to fruition, or, it's like the ball is rolling and the momentum is starting to really pick up. And there's a lot of fantastic, sort of manifestations that sort of come about through April. Now I want to start with the card of the Knight of Coins right here, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, this is actually a very Virgo energy. I love that the earth quality is coming out for an earth sign, because this is very much about the things that need to get done. And as a Capricorn, you are so capable of handling both the big picture type stuff and the small sort of micromanagement type stuff. You can handle the full spectrum here. And that's great, because you're going to need to be able to do that. Please do not get so lost in the big picture, though, because as Venus moves into Pisces on the 5th, Mars moves into Pisces on the 14th. There's this, full moon in Libra in your 10th house on the 16th. There's a lot of this like huge dreaminess and goal-oriented type stuff. But all those goals are really going to require you to stay like really on point with what it is that needs to be done in order to really get there. Knight of Coins is about the mundane tasks, emails, phone calls, opening the mail, right? Making sure everything is paid, making sure everything is on time, making sure that you call that person back. Like, it's all about that kind of stuff. And the universe needs those details. It needs the building blocks to be laid in order for the fortress to be built, okay? Now in the environment, we have the world. The world actually came out in the 9-card block as well. Why do we love the world energy? We love it because it signifies a pretty substantial closing of something. And it's been a couple of years, I think, since Capricorn has really felt I mean, I'm not saying you're not productive, and I'm not saying you don't, you're not achieving things. I mean, you are, but it's like, has that feeling really been there? Has the passion really been there? For some of you, okay, yes, sure. But for others of you, maybe not. And especially with that, Venus retrograde that we had in your sign at the beginning of the year, there was a lot of, just kind of, I don't know, it was just kind of a very cooler, tempered transit, and what we need is the heat. And it's Aries season. We have the fire, we have the passion, we have the ability to initiate. And as you are sort of taking on this energy, you will notice that things around you, because this is environmental, right? So the things around you start to fade away, start to close out, the phase or the era or the people that no longer serve. And it's just like, it's done, it's over with, you're moving on, you're shifting, you're evolving. And I feel like that evolution is so obvious to you. Like, it's so clear that you're becoming someone else, that your life is taking you in a new direction. And again, it feels like a breath of fresh air. Now, one thing with these oracle cards, I'm just going to kind of run through these all, or through all of these. Don't let your past hold you back. Now, I don't see the past really having a lot of power right now. Not for Capricorn anyway. We've got the South Node in the 11th house for you, and in Scorpio, right? And the 11th house does have a lot to do with pushing boundaries. And so when we kind of mix the quality of pushing boundaries with the past, it kind of doesn't really mesh all that well. And so I feel like you are breaking significant barriers within yourself in terms of emotional blockages, in terms of fears, in terms of traumas and all that. Like, I don't know that they have power, which means the road ahead of you is more clear and more straightforward than perhaps you're even anticipating at this point in time. And we have financial and material changes. Now, I'm really optimistic about that, even though changes is a very neutral term and can signify up and down. And yes, we are building up to eclipse season, by the way. April 30th, we have our eclipse in Taurus, our new moon eclipse in Taurus. And the day before that eclipse happens, Pluto is going to be going retrograde. So Pluto is going to be slowing down this month. We're going to be building to the eclipse. There is going to be volatility, but the reason why I'm optimistic about this is because we got the part of fortune increase energy. So I am seeing the word increase, meaning greater abundance, more opportunities, doors opening, clients coming in, lovers coming in, just whatever it is that you're seeking in your life right now. Because I feel like April is a month where we can all focus on multiple areas in our life. It's not a hyper focused on one thing type of month. We're starting to reestablish balance in our life. So if for the past 6 months you've been really, really focused on your money and really focused on financials, now you can kind of spread yourself open a little bit and spend more time with family or with your friends, or spending more time traveling for leisure, or whatever it is that you want to do. You get to kind of relax a little bit. And with that relaxation comes the kind of lack of resistance. And when you have this lack of resistance, you are more likely to increase or have receiving types of opportunities. Now we have this fairies earth magic here. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I swallowed weird. But this earth magic quality is you, and I know it's fairies, but I kind of am feeling like this is you doing your magical things. This is you working your magic in the earth realm. This is what Capricorn does so well. This is what I love about the Capricorn symbology, where we have like the half goat, half fish. This is you getting into actually your more fishy nature by kind of imagining and dreaming and working in that more metaphysical realm, and then pushing it through into the earth, right? You actually manifest things. And butterfly spirit transformation is beautiful. Like, this is an opportunity for you to like step back within yourself and just be like, dude, I am such a kick-ass person. Like, I am so powerful. I am so amazing. I am so generative and creative and passionate. Like, I have so much inside of me to give, so much inside of me to help others and to contribute positively to society and to humanity. And like, for the first time, maybe in a long time, you're starting to really feel like all the lessons are actually really, truly valuable. And now you're in this position to start leveraging them and creating a better and better life for yourself in all areas. All right, because when we start off with the 9-card block with the 8 of Wands, this tells me that things are moving very quickly for you. Now, for a lot of the other signs, I've been having this real push-pull energy. It's like it feels fast, but it also feels slow, or it's kind of happening, but not really. And there's a lot of this sort of back and forth. I do not see that for Capricorn at all. What I see is all of these little things that you're doing are going to stack up very quickly and start really pushing you through this portal here, this world, as like an open gate or an open door into this new existence, into this new life. This new life that I think you've been dreaming about and thinking about for a very long time. And it's starting to show up in unexpected ways. You know, like, for example, let's talk about finances for a minute, because we, in the beginning of April, as of April 1st, we do have Mars, Saturn, and Venus still in second house. So let's just take the financial component of your life. And let's say you've done very well for yourself up to this point. Let's say, you know, you're like $5 millionaire. Okay, you've got $5 million net worth, and this is like where you're at, okay? But you always kind of saw yourself as being someone who was worth like 100 million, right? Let's go big. We're going to do big numbers for you guys. You have this dream of being worth $100 million. And the gap for so long has felt so huge, because you're like, wow, I worked so hard to get to this 5. How am I possibly going to get to this other 100, like this other 95 to kind of add on to this? Well, this is the time when you're taking bigger risks, you're investing more, you're pushing a little bit more, you've learned a lot, you've really kind of learned a lot of the tricks of the trade. So every time you make a move, whatever that kind of move is, every time you make a move, the increase is bigger and bigger and bigger. So it gets exponential. And that's what I feel, is that the pathway from 5 to 100 really isn't as great as the path from 1 to 5. Or from 0 to 5, rather. Okay, so it's kind of like this sort of wrinkle in time, almost. It's like a condensed time frame. So the path toward your ultimate success, however you define that, for some of you it could be material, others of you it could just be spiritual healing and happiness and joy. I don't care what you define success as. But you're coming down off of this state of suspension, and you're also coming down off of this sort of, this place of, this is Hanged Man reverse, by the way. You're coming down off of this place of what you thought it would look like, and you're starting to open yourself up to saying, well, maybe I don't know what it looks like, and I'm going to be open to whatever it needs to look like. And I'm not going to judge it, and I'm not going to push against it, and I'm just going to let it be what it needs to be, because if it's easier that way, then that's what I want. And what I'm sensing is that things are about to get easier for you. And you can push out even more value than you ever have before, because you're more wise than you have ever been before. So you push out greater levels of value into the world, and the return of that value is so huge, but the amount of effort is so minimal. And I feel like this Chariot is really mirroring that 8 of Wands, and it's just like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. And there's this very Aryan quality of initiation of like, it has to happen now. Right? This is Aries, impulsive, impatient. It has to happen now. And it's not because you are impulsive and impatient. It's the opposite, actually. It's because you can feel that this gate is opening and that this is an opportunity. So you have to kind of, whether you're ready or not, you have to kind of go through And you have to meet that frequency no matter how uncomfortable it may seem. But your heart, and I love this Queen of Cups energy for you, we're kind of getting the water-earth combination here. And I don't think this is someone else. I think this is an aspect of you. This is your divine feminine. We have kind of a little bit of a divine masculine going on here, although feminine I think is more dominant. Your receptivity, your surrender, your fluidity, your ability to go with the flow is a lot more dominant. And she is like, you know what, ready or not, here I come. Like, here I come, world, ready or not. I'm on board, I am on this train, I am on this track, and you have to be ready for my arrival. And she's powerful in that, and she's empowered by that, and she's emboldened by that. And does she feel perfectly ready? No. Does she feel, entirely confident? No. Of course, there are going to be deep insecurities that surface, especially on April 1st, or building up to April 1st, as we have this new moon conjunct Chiron and also with Mercury. So there might be a lot of overthinking going on, or over analysis that may go into like anxiousness a little bit. But if you're aware of that and just say, you know what, Chiron is involved and I just got to kind of deal with the Chiron energy. Maybe I feel like a little bit of an imposter. Maybe I have a little bit of that imposter syndrome thing going on, which we all have. I think that's a natural, healthy thing to do when we're being pushed into a new role that is a good role for us, but that's also new, because we're kind of having to play the part until it becomes more familiar. But we deal with that and we move on, and we don't sit there and fester. We don't sit there and brood about it. It just, who cares? Who cares if we're uncomfortable, right? Don't let your past hold you back. Who cares? Who cares if it's, this is not about what other people think. This is about us and our journey and our contribution. Now, we have the Lovers card coming out here, which, truly signifies union and also choices. We have Mercury breaking the Kalasarpa Yoga this month on the 23rd. He's going to be coming on to the other side of the North Node in Taurus. So Kalasarpa Yoga, for those of you who don't know, is when you have the two nodes over here and all the planets are on one half of the nodes. All right, so they've been that way for quite a while. So there's been a lot of imbalance in our lives, or a lot of hyper focus in one area, or we kind of teeter-tottered or sand bucketed all into one big hole of something, right? And now we're kind of coming into that place of greater harmony in our life. Now, Mercury will be doing a retrograde as he moves into Gemini, coming back into Taurus, and then moving back into Gemini later on. We'll talk more about that next month. But he is breaking the Kalasarpa Yoga nonetheless. So there's going to be this reestablishment of balance, okay? Mercury is going to help us do that a little bit. So there are choices placed in front of us. There are unions to be made. There are partnerships to be made. There are contracts to get into. The Lovers can be a romantic energy because we have 5th house activity for you. Very romantic house. We've got Uranus involved. There could be some very sudden, random, unexpected romances that occur. And that's to be enjoyed. And I think one of the beautiful things about what 2022 has yet to give, okay, I think he has yet to give, this year has yet to give the pleasure and the pleasantries of life. And I think now that it's April, Aries season, beginning of the new astrological year, there's that newness, and we can start to feel pulled toward the things that feel good and right and that bring us joy and happiness and just kind of bring us up into those higher vibrations. All of this is about coming into higher vibration. Again, it could be material vibration, more money, bigger homes, nicer cars, upgrades of things, or it could be emotional in terms of greater levels of healing and self-acceptance and love and compassion and forgiveness. All of those things are all on board. They're all on deck here, okay? And the Lovers is great So when something high quality enters into your life, I say by all means, go for it. Okay, now we have the Hierophant directly underneath the Chariot, which this is the kind of directly underneath the Eight of Wands. I mean, to me, this whole column of cards here, it's like Capricorn has this knowingness of what direction to go, and they just go, and there's really no confusion, no questions, no, well, what if this, what if this, what if this, what if, like, those are all conversations that if you catch yourself having with yourself, just immediately stop and go do like a meditation or something. You know, go for a walk outside, put on some music, and just sort of check out for a minute and get yourself back in line, because this inner guru, this inner Buddha of yours is so concrete and so solid and consistent in the messaging that it is delivering to you right now, that like if you are going around in circles, that's on you. That's like your ego, that's your fear, that's your past. And you're gonna know you're doing it while you're doing it. So you can't even hide from yourself at this point. That's what this transformation, I think, is really all about for a lot of people. It's not really that your whole life changes so much as it is your awareness of how you operate is now hyper attuned. So you can't even lie to yourself about anything. You can't say that that's not rooted in a trauma. You can't say that that's not because of something that happened before. You can't run away from the root causes, because you are so aware of the root causes. And when you are so aware of the root causes, you literally have no excuse to repeat an unhealthy pattern. And if you do decide to repeat an unhealthy pattern, you will be doing so with a conscious awareness of the detriment to yourself, that even if you were to do that, you'd probably really snap out of it really fast anyway and take the healthier route. Do you see? I mean, this is just kind of where we're at in terms of development, in terms of self-awareness, in terms of consciousness. Like, it's too clear, and it's time for your life to get better, period. Now, the Four of Cups comes out and suggests that there is some analysis. That's the word I'm going to use, because with the Knight of Coins, that's a preferable word to use. I don't think it's resistance. I don't think it's hesitation. I think it's analysis. And you're going to be hyper vigilant of things coming into you at this moment, which means your boundaries are really firm. And that's a good quality when we have so much Piscean energy coming through, because there may be interesting characters, although I do not see them in this reading at all, at least not yet, maybe with the clarifiers. But with this 9-card block, I don't see negative characters coming out. But sometimes, you know, cards don't show me everything. So it's about being vigilant in terms of what you allow in. You're going to be really good with what you give out. I mean, that's fine. It's more about what you allow in and who you allow in. Because if you're reaching into the past and trying to bring people into your future, it's probably going to fall flat a little bit if those people are not ready to upgrade to your level. I do not see Capricorn lowering themselves in any capacity, but I do see them really, really wanting others to come up to their level, and potentially being frustrated when other people don't see the value of coming up to their level. And so you're going to have to like discern and analyze through your intuition and through just logic in general as to whether or not someone is truly ready, and if someone is going to be as progressive as you are. Because right now with the Magician, you're creating this whole new world. You're stepping into it. You got the World card twice. You're stepping into it, and you want to be very careful that what you are creating is truly what you want. Because we're not trying to drag anchors through this World card, right? We're not trying to drag people through. We're not trying to force people through. And so there's going to have to be significant loss and release during this time, especially during eclipse season, especially with the radical energy of Uranus involved with this eclipse coming up here on the 30th. And you're just going to have to kind of really be okay with that, you know, and just say, I want to be specific in what I create, but not everyone is going to fit into that creation, and that's okay. You know, I always say manifest the feelings, not the circumstances. All right? But this is a powerful time for Capricorn. I love Aries season for Capricorn because it's fourth house activation. And whenever the fourth house is so active, there's a lot of like soul level drive or soul quality push that creates a lot of things in your life. So that's really, really good, really cool. Okay, let's pull out the clarifiers. Oh, Annie just decided to come join us, it looks like. So let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. For those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 25 to 30 minutes or so about these cards, so we get really more in depth. So let's take a look at this Knight of Coins and what else does the universe need from Capricorn throughout the month of April? What else does the universe need from Capricorn? Death. Hi, Mimi. Ooh, another Hierophant. Oh my goodness, 3 major arcana and karma, which is like the judgment card. 3 major arcana to clarify a Knight. I'd say that Knight energy, that mundane task energy, really, really, really important. Please do not underestimate the power of those things. Don't put anything off. Don't procrastinate. Don't delay. Get your schedule in order. Get things together. Okay? Now for the environment, the Queen of Swords, King of Swords, and the Eight of Cups. Interesting. Well, there's definitely people in your environment. Good, high quality people, which is great. Really, really good to know. Okay, so now for the Eight of Wands, we start off with the Four of Cups reversed. Wheel of Four. Oh my gosh. I'm really loving April. You know, I've secretly been saying, I wish I said this publicly, but I'm secretly kind of saying that April is, I've had my eyes on April for like 6-7 months now since the last eclipses. And I've just been very excited about it. We have the Empress and the Nine of Wands. I'm excited for the opportunities that it has to bring and for that feeling of relief that it brings as well. Death for the world, yes. Lot of closure. Ace of Cups. And Two of Cups. Seven of Coins. Page of Coins, Knight of Wands, Seven of Cups reversed. Oh, here comes Annie. Oh no, she's getting too big for this. I'm sorry, baby girl. I do have a chair for her right here so she can sit next to me. Not like she's gonna listen. Three of Swords and another World card. Why am I not surprised? Not surprised in the least. So we have the 10 of Wands, we have the 9 of Swords, top of the Lovers. That's interesting. What else for the Lovers? Nine of Cups. Ten of Coins, Four of Coins reversed. King of Cups and the Sun reversed. Hierophant with the Four of Wands. And the Emperor, beautiful. I feel like the Emperor is an external energy. Lovers reversed. Queen of Swords reversed. Ace of Wands and Five of Cups reversed. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join me, the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, then I hope you guys have an amazing April. You guys know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here this month. Let's just do a really generalized overview really quick, because I just want you to look at the 9 cards and realize that every card, with the exception of the Queen of Swords, which is a repeat here, and a Queen of Coins, is a major arcana. Okay? The major arcana here is repeated. The Queen of Swords here is repeated. So this is an incredibly potent month for you, Aquarius. Now, going into April, you might not know what I'm talking about. You'll be like, what the heck is she talking about? Like, no, everything's fine, or whatever. But the energy is and will continue to gain momentum as we're building up to the eclipse on April 30th at the very, very end of the month. Not to mention the fact that Pluto goes retrograde very, very close to the cusp, like it's still in Capricorn technically, but it's super, super close to that ascendant of you for you guys, and or your main sign, whatever planet you're really watching for. And that's happening the day before. So as we build up, as the weeks build, you'll realize that things are evolving quite rapidly. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So we start with the Queen of Swords. Now, she signifies what the universe needs from you. And I love this because, of course, this is an air energy. Technically, this is the Libra card, cardinal air, okay? But this is what the universe needs from you. So it needs, first of all, I'm going to just look at Libra in your chart, which rules the 9th house, okay? So there's this quality of consciousness expansion, and it needs your consciousness expansion, okay? To understand that any life events that happen, any conversations, big or small, any kind of arguments or even good things that happen, big or small, that they are all here very explicitly to expand your consciousness. Now, the Queen of Swords is incredibly diplomatic, and she does have a detached nature to her, which is good because it enables her to just sort of observe what is going on without casting or projecting too many judgments. There's no categorization of this is good and this is bad, or this is right and this is wrong. It's just a matter of where does she feel truly guided. Now, the fact that we only really got queens coming out, signifies to me that there's a lot of receptive energy that is necessary right now. Now, you have Mars in your sign still until the 14th. You've got Saturn in there, which both are, pretty masculine planets. So there's this desire to be more in the yang energy, most likely, to be more ambitious, to be more aggressive, to be more progressive, and to push things forward. And I'm not saying don't do those things, especially if you have life goals. If you're in the mood to work and you're in the mood to go and change and you're in the mood to create, because I know that Aries season stimulates a lot of creativity with that activation in the third house. So by all means, do all of those things, right? There's a lot of masculine energy present. So I'm not saying to abandon that, because that's just going to come more naturally. But please, I guess maybe more, it's like, don't abandon the feminine, right? Don't abandon the divine receptivity, because as Venus moves into Pisces on the 5th, now on April 14th, Mars will come in and activate Pisces as well. So it'll give it a little bit more balance. But there's still going to be, the first couple of weeks with Mars in your sign. But as it moves forward, you're going to have that more softened quality to receive more information. Now, the information that you're going to be receiving, most likely, I feel is strongly connected with this A Time for Healing card. Also, North Node, life's purpose. Now, this is especially relevant because the eclipse we're having in Taurus, right, with the North Node, with Uranus in your 4th house, healing, life's purpose, North Node, there's definitely a quality of why you're here in the most profound way. And the fact that we have so many major arcana showing up says, like, warning signs, Aquarius, pay attention. This is why you're here, in terms of, you as a healer, or you as a light bringer, or you as a creator, or as an inspiration of some kind, no matter what you do for a livelihood and what you do for money and all of that. And that's all very well and good, but this is like really, truly the essence of your purpose here. And I don't always like to hit so hard on that, because sometimes I feel like it's a little too severe and it puts too many limitations on your worldly and human experience. But sometimes we need those moments in our life where we feel like there's meaning to things. And with the Chariot in the environment position, this tells me that everything that's going on around you is going to set you on a more straight and a more narrow course. Because every time you may try to veer off the environment, whether it's through people, places, things, situations, issues, arguments, fights, blessings, whatever, however it comes, it's going to keep shoving you back onto this path and say, nope, that's not where you really want to go. We're going to keep going forward. We're going to keep our head straight. We're not going to veer. We're not going to detour. We're going to stay here. And if there is a detour that needs to be taken, that will be made blatantly clear. There's not going to be any confusion regarding which path is right or which direction is for you. See, the Queen of Swords needs that detachment, because she needs to be able to get her ego out of the way. She needs to be able to say, that maybe I was mistaken with something, or maybe there is something better. Maybe there are better options. Maybe there is something that is beyond my current perception of things. And again, it's that expansion of consciousness, 9th house. She is willing to go into those higher realms of understanding here, and to be able to maximize the experience of what that can bring, because it will bring, we have a card of obstacles and challenges, because that will most likely be within yourself, because it's likely going to be challenging preconceived notions and beliefs that you have about things. So I think the obstacles and challenges will definitely be more internal, but it's also going to bring this radiance, as we have this summer solstice card coming out. It's going to highlight your brilliance. It's going to highlight the eccentricity and the uniqueness and the one-of-a-kindness of you and who you really are. And there's something to be said about an Aquarius stepping into their one-of-a-kindness in a real capacity that makes a positive impact in the world. Okay, so this is not a small reading, as much as I would love. I mean, I can't have a small reading with all these major arcana. I just can't do it. This is like, huge billboards on your, it's like driving down the highway and you've got all these giant billboards in your face, and it's like, well, okay, I guess the universe is really trying to tell me something, And first and last but not least, we have the squirrel spirit, which says believe in yourself. And I love how this squirrel is just like with his acorns and playing, and he's just happy and he's just kind of doing his thing, and he's just the essence of who and what he is. There's no desire to change. There's no desire to be anything other than that. And so what's happening is you're really coming back to a more authentic place, a place that is not easily manipulated or easily cajoled by the narratives of the world. It is very stable, and you are going to be able to provide the emotional and material stability that, we all need to some extent. Now, as we move into this 9-card block, we start off with Judgment, which is a very Aquarian energy. It's closely related with Uranus as well. And because this eclipse is going to be very close to Uranus over in Taurus in your 4th house, we have to really talk about the radical and hyper energized and supercharged nature of that new moon on the 30th. Now, it's not till the very end of the month. We're going to feel it more with the readings for May, but still we're building up to it, and it's good to know ahead of time that this is going to have radical impact on the way we see things, especially with 4th house themes, which has a lot to do with our past. Now, for me, I don't look at the 4th house as only indicating like home and family, right? As a generic kind of label, home and family. It's like our roots, where we came from. But I always go beyond that to past lives or other lifetimes, other dimensions that are currently existing in this space-time situation that we're in, okay? And so there is linkage to other things. But what I see with the Judgment is a breakaway from those things. And that this new moon is a breakaway from the past. It's a breakaway from tethers and karma and anchors and anything that is holding you back. Because right now I feel like the universe, I don't know if this is just me as a reader or what I'm picking up. I'm picking up on something this month that's like, this is a gateway. This is a huge portal that is opening. And I know that we always say that, like with every, it's the Lion's Gate portal, or, it's 11:11. Like there's always all these like portals that are opening. But I think that if you really sat with the energy in deep states of meditation, you might say like, yeah, like this earth is really shifting. And it's like I'm observing the world, but I'm not a part of it. But I'm creating my own world. And there's this very clear separation that is happening. And this breakaway is really from anything that cannot serve you anymore. And so this Judgment has a lot to do with forgiveness and compassion and even forgetfulness, right? To forgetfulness to the point where you're like, oh wow, like I have so forgiven that person, and I have so let go of that situation, and I have so exhibited so much compassion toward that person that I really just don't think about it anymore. And it's to the point where it's not that it's operating in your subconscious so much as that karma has officially been cleared and is no longer impacting you. So this is a breakaway moment for Aquarius that can have profound effects and is probably pretty necessary for Aquarius specifically to really take care of before Pluto comes into Aquarius over the next couple of years. In 2023, it's going to move into Aquarius, and then it's going to dip back into Capricorn, and then 24, it will move back into Aquarius. So, over the next few years, you're probably going to start noticing that you're just an entirely different person. And you probably are already, when you look back to like 2017, 2018, and then back further, of course, we have these incremental, milestone moments, but this is like, it's like down to the wire before Pluto enters your sign, okay? And then we have this Hanged Man energy, which is kind of like you're stuck in this breakaway motion. You're stuck up in this tree, being held up, tied, surrendered, the very essence of Pisces, because your consciousness is expanding whether you like it or not. You are growing, you are evolving, and it's just your time. It's just your time. And it's time for all higher vibrational individuals who have love and light and compassion and gratitude and appreciation and the abundance frequency in general in their hearts to start kind of manifesting those realities, manifesting lives that truly reflect that. And so this Queen of Coins here is that reminder that things are materializing for you. This is the beginning of the materialization process that will be 2022 and beyond, but especially 2022 is the kind of year of initiation of that, being a Venus ruled year she does have a lot to do with materialization as the ruler of Taurus, okay? So we want the material things to come to fruition. We want the relationships. We want the financial security. We want that life purpose that also sustains us, that gratifies us. The Queen of Coins is, for me, the epitome of faith. It's the epitome of knowingness that if you plant the right seeds and you provide the proper environment, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, physically, then the garden will grow and it will be so lush and so full of fruit and vegetables and so full of everything that you can possibly imagine that there's probably even going to be too much, right? That it's too much. It's like you grow a garden thinking, oh, I'm never going to eat tomatoes from 2 tomato plants, but then those tomato plants produce like 1 billion tomatoes and you're like, holy cow, how on earth did these 2 plants provide so many tomatoes, you know? And that's kind of the essence of what's going on, because when you are so consistent, because your detachment here and the way that the world is kind of like saying, nope, stay on the path, nope, stay on the path, like, nope, is not going to let you veer. It's not going to let you. And so you don't have to be afraid of making a mistake. And don't mistake obstacles and challenges as a sign that you veered off course. In fact, it's probably a sign that you are exactly on course, because what happens when we are so consistent is it affects our relationships with people. It affects our current circumstances, especially if those circumstances are becoming obsolete in our lives. You know, it's like, I use this analogy with another zodiac sign. I can't remember which one, but it's like you're trying to use a fax machine. But like, why and who uses fax machines nowadays? Like, you have like a phone, right? You have email and text message, and we have DocuSign and stuff, right? So why are you trying to use a fax machine? You know, like, you're using obsolete technology. You're using obsolete modalities or mental states or brain functions or emotions, you know, like they're just not, they're done. And that's what this breakaway is all about, is truly like taking that fax machine and throwing it in the dumpster and saying, thank you for your service. I appreciate you, but I can't use you anymore, right? It's that time in our lives, this relationship is over. And that's it. And it has to be a clean break. Well, it doesn't have to be, but I mean, it can be if you want it to be a clean break. And what you'll notice with the Justice card is that things start to balance out. Libran energy for the Queen of Swords. But this is what the universe needs from you. It needs that balance. It needs that, you know, kind of equilibrium energy. We're not trying to do the extremes right now. We're just trying to move forward, because forward is the best place of focus. And the Hierophant is mirroring the Chariot beautifully, of saying, like, I always say this is my inner Buddha or the inner guru within us. It's not a quiet voice, by the way. The Hierophant is not quiet. You know, sometimes I always kind of use this sort of little visual here. It's it's like the parent that knows best and tries to tell their kid, like, don't touch the stove, don't touch the stove. But then that kid keeps trying to like touch the stove. And eventually, that kid is going to touch the stove. But the Hierophant's not really going to do anything to stop, because it's like, well, maybe you need to learn. Maybe you need to go off course. Maybe you need to make all those mistakes. And I'll let you do it. I will let you walk away. I'll let you burn yourself. I'll let you cry. I'll let you go through the trauma. I'll let you until you learn on your own that that stove is hot and you shouldn't touch it. I'll let you do it, but you can come home anytime. You can come home to this safe place. I will always hold space for you. I will always represent the truth. I will always represent the truest essence of who you are, the light inside. I will always represent your divine connection with Source. And you are always welcome home. And that calling, I think, is so loud. That calling is so profound. And many of you probably are feeling like, I want to go home. And I mean like your divine home, right? Because that's the best place to be. And there's this energy with the Justice card as well of trying to reconcile and to create home and heaven here in this body, in this world. And not trying to like fit into the world, but to really to become one and to become unified within yourself so that all other areas of your life can benefit. That's another thing that's emerged this month as well, is that, this is a month where the choices that we make and the emotion that we choose to give energy to and the thoughts we choose to give energy to, they are, they're not just going to be impactful in just only one area. It's not like, okay, so we've got all heavy Pisces activation in your chart, so this is going to be, second house stuff, so food and money and self-worth, and like that's it. Or, it's Aries season, so it's third house stuff of communication, and that's it. No, this is your money, your relationships, your sense of self, your home and family, your parents, your children, your sexuality, your healing. I mean, it's literally every area can be positively impacted by your willingness to move in a direction that is coherent with your higher self. And when you are aligned in this way, and many of you will find this, and it may not be in April, okay? April, I think, is an initiation. It's like a baptism almost, like it's almost ritualistic. And you may feel that it may even feel a little ritualistic. You'll feel the change. You'll feel the shift. And the Fool, I feel, is a very Plutonic energy, and no other tarot reader will probably ever say that, but I feel it's very Plutonic. But it's the rising of the Phoenix aspect of Pluto. It's the rising part of it, the rebirth component. So there is this sort of new journey ahead of you as a completely unified person. Now, we'll get out of balance in the future, back and forth. I mean, nothing is permanent by any stretch of the imagination, but this might be the boost that your new self truly needs to get going, to build the momentum. A Fool is happy energy, and it is, but there's wisdom there too. There's a wisdom to the Fool. He's not foolish. He is not ignorant. A little innocent, maybe, not knowing what he's getting himself into with this new era. But I feel like you can breathe. It's like you can breathe again. It's like you can like feel this love in your heart. And love is, that frequency that puts everything else in order. It aligns everything else. It's like the gravity that holds the solar system in place kind of thing. It just literally holds everything together. And then we move forward with the Wheel of Fortune, which, I had an epiphany about the Wheel of Fortune the other day, Because I often say that it's about the universe breadcrumbing you toward your next thing. And when you're trying to manifest something, or when you're trying to take your life in some kind of a new direction, the Wheel of Fortune has the ability to get you from point A to B, from B to C to D. And it never really is very predictable how it goes, but it always kind of rolls in the right direction. But I had an epiphany here, and it directly relates with the Hanged Man and the Judgment up here. And of course, what has to happen first is the consciousness expansion. This is Jupiterian. And of course, we have the Queen of Swords right next to it. Queen of Swords, Libra, 9th house. There's this expansion of consciousness, and then it shows up in the world. And then you expand your consciousness a little bit more, and it shows up. And then a little bit more, and it shows up. And it's just these spoonfuls, just one little spoonful at a time, of new knowledge and new understanding and kind of new levels of wisdom that then begin to take shape. Now, I think this is going to happen quickly because I do not see any energies here, really. The Hanged Man, I'm not even getting a very slow or delayed vibe too much. I'm not seeing like months and months or anything. It's just kind of, you got to just hang out here and allow the consciousness to happen. But I do think it's going to speed up because Uranus he's just so radical. In this eclipse happening, it's going to be a very supercharged moment in time. Okay? This is why the detachment is so good, because you're not going to be easily manipulated by what everyone else is doing, what everyone else is thinking. In fact, it's probably going to inspire you to stay in your lane even that much more. And then we have the second Chariot, or rather I pulled this one out first, but the Chariot mirroring the environment here of saying, look, Aquarius, stay in your lane 100%. I would highly recommend staying away from consumption of news media, anything that provokes fear or tries to emotionally manipulate you in any way, shape, or form, any person, place, or thing, okay? Stay out of those situations. Stay in your lane. Like, if you want your life to be what you want your life to be, and I'm not saying that you necessarily even want anything different than what you already have. It's just, if you want this heaven on earth for yourself, stay out of places, stay out of conversations, stay out of relationships that pull you down. And that may be harsh, but I mean, look at these major arcana, like warning signs, warning, Aquarius, pay attention. This is a moment. This is a big deal. Okay. So it is a big deal. And it can still be fun, but it's not to be taken lightly either. To take the energy seriously, to take your thoughts seriously, to take your emotions seriously, physical symptoms seriously, so that you can be in your most tip-top shape for what is yet to come. Because there is a new chapter in your life that needs you at your best. So this is a moment for you to get yourself at your absolute best in all capacities, so that you'll be able to handle what's coming. When I say handle, I don't mean that it's going to be this huge burden. I mean handle like, I can't believe how happy I am. I can't believe that I held on to that pain for so long when I could have always this whole time just chosen to be happy. And this is about happiness, 100%. This is about joy. This is about pleasure. This is about the good things that life has to truly offer. But you have to create it for yourself, and you have to be strong enough to stay in your lane so that you can have that. Okay? Now let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for 25 to 30 minutes additional about these cards. Okay, so now we're clarifying the Queen of Swords here, which is what the universe needs from you. So what else does the universe need from you? The Sun reversed. Nine of Wands. And the Empress. Beautiful. Now to clarify the environment, which is the Chariot, what else does Aquarius need to know about what's going on in the environment? We have the Three of Coins, another Queen, Queen of Wands, and a Knight of Swords reversed. Okay. Great. So now we're going to probably tone it down with a few minor arcana, which will be, I think, really helpful in terms of gaining detail. So let's start with the Judgment card. What else does Aquarius need to know about the Judgment card in this reading? What else does Aquarius need to know about the Judgment card? Six of Wands. Well, you're going to be successful in this breakaway. Another Fool. And a Knight of Swords. Oh, Knight of Swords reverse coming out twice. Someone's not going to be happy about this transition of yours. The Moon and the Ten of Swords for the Hanged Man. One more for the Hanged Man. Page of Coins reversed. Queen of Coins. Ten of Cups. Nine of Coins. And the Tower. Now for the Justice. Seven of Cups reversed. Six of Coins. Ace of Cups reversed. Ooh, and see, I knew the Justice and the Hierophant were connected, so we got Justice coming out. Hierophant on top of Hierophant. Hermit on top of Hierophant. A lot of major arcana for that one. Okay, we accept it. Fine. We have Temperance for the Fool. Emperor for the Fool. Eight of Coins. Now for this beautiful Wheel of Fortune. Three of Coins. I love the Eight of Coins and the Three of Coins because to me it tells me that your passions or your hobbies or your work or whatever you can like really zone in on, like all your kind of favorite things to do, they're actually going to be forms of meditation for you. And there's a lot of information that can be downloaded during those sort of zone out moments. Another Hanged Man. I highly recommend you engage in those kinds of activities as much as you possibly can. It'll be very beneficial for you, whether it's like something artistic or gardening or cooking or traveling or whatever kind of puts you in that zone. Seven of Wands. Queen of Swords now. Ten of Coins. So we got Ten of Cups. We got Ten of Coins. Six of Wands. Eight of Swords. And Three of Wands. We love that. Now for the Chariot. Judgment. Judgment with the Chariot. Okay. 3 Judgment cards. Or no, wait. No, just 2. Sorry. 2 Judgments, 2 Chariots. Death reversed. 3 of Swords reversed. Another Queen. You got officially all 4 Queens. Swords, coins, Wands, Cups. This is where we pick up, okay? So if you want to join me, again, link in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, I hope you have an amazing April just stay alert of yourself. And I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. You absolutely deserve it. Thank you so much, Aquarius. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your April 2022 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Wands energy. Now, I have some kind of like an interesting interpretation of this Page of Wands this month, because normally I would say that this is a card that, is more, about a journey and an adventure and everything. And that's fine. I think that it's more internalized though. This Page of Wands energy is going to have to go inside with a lot of stuff. And it's going to have to ask itself some really tough questions. But the good news is the Page of Wands is very willing to learn. The Page of Wands is very non-judgmental. We have this oracle card over here, which says Dear Spirit, which says bring a gentle touch. So there's really nothing harsh here at all. It's not like hard lessons or anything like that. It's just, I feel like there's just this opening of new perspectives. We also have this South Node card here. And right now the South Node is in your 9th house. South Node can bring a very powerful energy. Okay. It has a lot of gravity to it. It's kind of Mars-like. Sometimes the Vedics describe it as being very Mars-like. And there's a lot of energy and attention that can be directed towards South Node transits. And for you being in the 9th house, there's going to be a significant expansion in consciousness, expansion in perspective. You're going to be really having to open your mind here to see things from completely new angles. And I think that means in a lot of ways, with the North Node in the 3rd house, a rewriting of stories that you have set in stone. You're starting to realize that maybe they shouldn't have been written in stone. Maybe they should have been written on paper that you can later throw in the fire, because I feel like you're about to throw some stories in the fire here and to completely allow these stories to melt away. And any box or compartment or label that you've put on anything or anyone is just not going to hold up anymore. And that's going to be some kind of a reflection of what's going on inside of you as well. And again, it's very gentle. I don't see anything harsh, really. Definitely not toward yourself. Definitely not toward any others. It's just an opening. And we have this card over here that says conclusions are within reach, which means you're going to start to, I'm kind of hearing like rewrite the past. You're rewriting the past. You're rewriting the meanings of experiences. You're rewriting how it shaped you. And kind of, I feel like conclusions, it doesn't mean answers. It just means that things are ending, and the impact and the power that things have had, it's just gonna melt away. I kept when I pulled out this Ace of Cups, that was the only word that I could hear. It was melting, melting, melting. Things are melting. And the more and more you try to hold on, the more and more liquid it feels like trying to grab onto a fistful of water, is what I always say. You can't grab onto it. It's not grabbable. But focus, crystals focus, I do feel like you have a strong vision for your future. And the whole connection with the past here, the whole point of this is to free you up for what is yet to come. Now, that's kind of a blanket statement across all the zodiac signs, but the way that it's unique for you is the way that it is happening and the way that it is unfolding, because it's not a painful process. It does not require emotional drudgery. It does not require tons of therapy, right? It's just an ending, and you can feel that you are moving into a higher and higher vibration. You can feel that you are separating from lower vibration people, and you can see that the people who are trapped in fear and the people who are trapped in the past, that they start to fall out of your life. And we have this memories of love, which I think is you really coming back to the truest essence of who you really are, which is just love, just a soul, just a flicker of stardust, a flicker of light that is pure and true and real and authentic. And, that kind of coming home, or homecoming, if you will, it sort of clears you up karma-wise. It clears you up in terms of what you're going to now be able to truly receive for yourself. Now, in the environment position, we have the Chariot, which tells me that, when it comes to your life, things that you're hoping to change can change very quickly. The evolution can happen very quickly, and there can be some jolts. And, I'm not going to say that April's going to be an easy month. It's not. There's a big eclipse in Taurus. We've got Uranus energy involved. We start the month off with a new moon conjunct Chiron. We've got tons and tons of Pisces energy, which is about boundlessness and really the infinite of everything, the infinite possibilities, the infinite realm. And when we kind of take all of these concepts together, really anything could happen. And yes, there can be volatility there, but it doesn't mean you're not moving. It doesn't mean you're not transitioning or evolving. And I'm getting the sense that life is going to start really picking up momentum for you the more and more you allow things to melt away. And the way I think you allow the melting to truly occur is by consciously choosing to not think about things. Now, I'm not talking about spiritual bypassing, okay? I'm not talking about being in denial. I'm talking about choosing or curating your thoughts very specifically for the sake of where you want your life to go, okay? Because when I look at this 9-card block here now, we have the 5 of Swords and we have the 9 of Swords. This is a whole big mess of swords going on here, a whole big mess of psychology. When you're in your head too much, that's what happens when you think too much. And we've got this North Node in the 3rd house in Taurus, right? And so I know that your minds are highly active. You've got Uranus in there. We're going to have Mercury coming through there. So I know your minds are going to be really, really, really active this month. But this is where the power comes in. You can have an active mind, but when you choose to direct those thoughts very specifically, again, curate, like the way a curator will curate an exhibit for a museum and say, I want this, work of art to go here, and I want it on this wall, and I need this light positioned here, and I need this sculpture here, and I need this here. It's all very much on purpose. Because otherwise, if it's more chaotic, if it's more anxious, if it is more, especially if it's unhelpful thoughts, you're just going to bind yourself even tighter. And then you're going to exert even more effort trying to keep everything intact as this melting occurs. And the melting is an inevitability. That's going to be the essence of Venus through Pisces, Mars coming in through Pisces, Jupiter conjunct Neptune. You're not going to be able to hang on to these narratives anymore. It's just simply not going to work. You're not going to be able to define someone's role in your life the way you have been defining it. It's this complete overhaul of understanding the meaning. This is when we really learn our lessons with things in life, right? We're far enough along in certain situations where we can now truly look back and see it more clearly, like hindsight 2020. You're at the hindsight 2020 position right now. And you'll be able to see it very clearly. And you'll understand how past, present, and future are all intrinsically, truly connected here. And for the sake of where this trajectory is going, we want you in the best possible position for the best possible outcome of your life. So this is an essential moment in time for you to open up the realm of infinite possibility. You're going to have to confront your mind here. And that's what this Page of Wands, this is what I mean by going internal. You have to confront these narratives. You have to confront these stories. You have to confront these judgments that you project onto people. So if you are saying, oh my gosh, that person is so stubborn, chances are it's a reflection of your own stubbornness and where you are stuck and where you are having a hard time evolving. If you say, oh my gosh, that person is so negative, chances are there's something inside of you that there is like a negative association with something that needs to be addressed. Now, you don't have to like go into deep psychotherapy here. Chances are that information is easily extracted. It's very accessible to you. It's not like you don't have to go very deep. The South Node in Scorpio is deep enough, like literally that whole portal is open for you. The portal to the underworld is open. It's available. You can go down there at any time and extract whatever you need. It's not like some locked in some vault right now. Okay? So it's there. So answers come, which means you get to operate in truth on a daily basis. And when you're operating in truth on a daily basis, you are enhancing the coherency between your mind and your heart, right? When our mind and our heart are vibrating at the same frequencies, we are more aligned, focused, right? And we are more authentic. And when I look at the Emperor here, I think you're the Emperor for sure. Like, the Emperor is the epitome of authenticity. And it is really only the Emperor that can truly be on the chariot anyway. Emperor, Pharaoh, whatever you want to say, like the ruler of the kingdom is the only one that can really be here. So, like you're there. It's just a matter of allowing this to happen and being in that state of receptivity. Because what's happening is your life is coming into a state of greater peace. And the chaos and the things that, it's like, anywhere where you say you want this, but then all your actions say another thing, any inconsistencies here, they're all going to start falling away. And you're going to start aligning more and more and more every single day as we make our way through 2022, not just April. We're just kind of beginning this process right now, but this is really where it's headed. You become more coherent, you become more aligned, you become more authentic, you become more peaceful, temperance, you become more moderate, you become more simple. And then the star comes out and opens and blossoms into this incredible realm of infinite possibility. And this is really the goal here. The star has been making quite an appearance in the readings this month. I mean, like really, I think she's showed up in every single reading because it's that reminder that we are living in this like infinite quantum possibility field of energy. And if we want to ask for a life or to align for a timeline where we have the love of our life and we have the children that we want and we have the career and the money and the home and the car and everything, both spiritually, emotionally, physically, everything that we want, that actually does exist, that is a timeline that does exist, and that we can collapse into that timeline. But we can only collapse into that timeline when we truly feel ready to receive that timeline. Because if there's resistance, which is what you're confronting here, when there is resistance presented, it's very, very difficult to switch trajectory. So this is about changing timelines, changing trajectory for the sake of the best possible scenario. That's why to be gentle with yourself with this, because if you start getting harsh with yourself on this stuff, whatever has bound you, if you start self-criticizing, which because Pisces is opposite of Virgo, that's, common for Pisces to do, is to be very hard on themselves. We don't talk about that enough, but that's kind of the shadow side of Pisces, is that, they really do push themselves. They really do expect the best. They really do have that capacity to, be very, very critical. And it's usually very secretive criticism that not a lot of people really see. So if you engage in that activity in any way, shape, or form, if you berate yourself or if you judge others especially, then you're just going to keep going down this path. And you'll receive your answers that, okay, well, we're just going to keep going. Okay, fine. The question is do you really want to keep going? Is this really how you see it going for yourself? Is this really how you see your life? And we have to get a little philosophical here Because Pisces, all the Piscean energy, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Neptune, I mean, they're all asking us to like get into that big picture place. Like, let's get into the dream state. Let's get into the best possible realms. Like, yeah, let's put our rose-colored glasses on. Like, why the hell not? Let's put our rose-colored glasses on and let's really see what we could potentially see. And let's see if that's what we would prefer. Chances are it is what we would prefer. We would prefer the best. The problem is that where you are now versus this new timeline of yours, you can't really see how to jump. And that's why your energy is so important, because we know this now, right? We know that our thoughts and our emotions are incredible, powerful, they're like generators. They attract. They send out signals and they attract. They send out signals and they attract. It's like electricity and magnetism. Boom, outwards, inwards, outwards, inwards. And every time a thought goes out and an emotion pulls in, every time that happens, our life evolves. And if we're just going to sit there in the same thought and emotional patterns over and over and over and over and over again, then we can only expect the same thing over and over and over and over again. The only way to change the reality is to change the mechanism, which is you. So you're not really going to be able to see how this perfect timeline of yours or this ideal timeline of yours is really going to come to fruition, but that's really not your job. That's not really what you need to be worrying about. All the attention must be spent on allowing these things to melt away. Because these things have had a say in your life for far too long. And this is what the Venus retrograde was all about. And see, Venus hasn't really had time to breathe yet, because she did her full retrograde thing. It was like 4 months of this like really intense, restrictive quality of whatever, okay? Romantic relationships, financial situations, friendships for you guys, because it was 11th house, maybe issues with children, maybe issues with spouses, maybe issues with health, whatever it was. And then she moved into Aquarius, which is fine, but then she was building up to Saturn in Aquarius. So she like never really got away from the Saturnian quality ever since her retrograde until now. So I've secretly, like with my family, I'm like making a family projection. I'm not usually one to make like world event projections or whatever, but like April's going to be a great month. Like April is the month that I think, I'm not going to say it here, but I think that financially and romantically and just energetically, we're all going to feel this sense of relief that we've been needing for so long. Like we can finally breathe. And for you guys, I think this sense of relief is mostly psychological, because you're finally in this place where you're like, I can't keep thinking this way anymore. I can't do it. I don't have the energy. I don't have the capacity to do it. I don't have, it's just not me anymore. And you're not going to be able to explain it, and you're not going to be able to describe it to other people. It's just what is. You're just a different person. And this timeline is inevitable for you, okay? Because it's what you want. It's what your soul, High Priestess reversed, is like demanding of you. It's like demanding that you are going to live this happy life. It's demanding that you're going to find joy. It's demanding that you're going to find wealth and abundance and love and passion and creativity. And it's like, it has to be that way. And it's like this earthquake that is just coming into your life and just shattering all your old realities. Just boom, one after the next, one after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. And it's only a very strong person that can really handle this. And that's why the gentle deer spirit here is so critical, because if you just watch these old realities shatter, and you just let them shatter, and you just let people fall away, and you just let yourself change, everything will start to improve. Not perfectly. It's not going to be a perfect path. When you think of a chariot, can you imagine how bumpy that must have been? Like, it's not smooth, but it's still taking you where you want to go. And I love the Queen of Wands energy. Now, the Emperor and the Queen of Wands, they're both Aryan energy. And we have this Aries quality going on right now. We have second house activation for you. So there is this component of deservedness and feeling worthy and self-worth and value, feeling like you truly do deserve this. It's one thing to tell yourself you deserve it, but if you have these blocks going on, you can tell yourself consciously in your conscious mind all day long, and you can do the affirmations and you can do the journal entries and stuff all day long. But if you have a subconscious blockage toward your own happiness, it's going to be very, very difficult to find that mind-heart coherency. That's why the melting away of this is so important, because you have to allow the resistance to the good disappear in order for the allowance to truly occur. And I think you're learning a lot about allowing things. Like for real. You're learning a lot about standing in your power. Pisces is a very self-sacrificial energy. There's just that natural healer quality that comes out, that natural desire to help, that natural desire to care because you do care, that natural desire to give and to accommodate and to work together. And, there's this natural unity consciousness that comes with being a Pisces. But that can be problematic, especially if you had traumatic childhoods and whatnot, and people who didn't teach you about boundaries, because then there's that over accommodation, there's that over giving or that martyrdom that never, ever, ever serves. So boundaries and sovereignty are big components of this. And I see Pisces transitioning into greater levels of sovereignty and autonomy. And the sway and the emotional manipulation that the external world may have had on you in the past. And that's another thing, you may be in denial of even that. Because you may even be like, no, but I've always been so strong. And I've always wanted happiness in my life. And no, I've always wanted, to find something great. And I've always wanted this. But then all evidence to the contrary, right? Then there's like, well, then why are you dating that abusive person, right? Or then why are you giving all your power away to this terrible client? Why don't you fire your client, right? The what you say and what you do, there are certain things that might not have matched up. And so now this is about everything matching up. So what you say and what you do are in perfect alignment, perfect coherency, because this is no longer present because it just simply cannot stand. Okay? So this is very exciting stuff. And the fact that the South Node comes out and it says life's debts, I feel like the debt has been paid. That's what I feel like that card represents for you, that this debt has been paid. You no longer have to bear this burden anymore. You can relieve yourself of this karma. You can set yourself free and you can go build the life that you have always, always, always felt was truly meant for you in every capacity. Now, let's take a look at the comprehensives. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We will talk for about 25 to 30 minutes about all these cards. So if you want to join me for that, you are more than welcome. So let's take a look here at the Page of Wands, which remember is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. So what else does Pisces need to know that the universe needs from them? 5 of Cups. Ten of Swords. Another Page of Wands. Now for the environment, what else is going on environmentally for Pisces? Knight of Cups. Seven of Wands and a Page of Swords. Okay. Now we're going to take a look at the 9-card block, starting with the 5 of Swords. What else does Pisces need to know about this 5 of Swords? The Lovers reversed. Queen of Wands. Nine of Cups. Nine of Swords now. We have the Page of Swords. Interesting environmental stuff going on here. Those little voices. Knight of Coins. There's the Virgo opposition going on there. And the Hierophant reversed. Now for the Ace of Cups reversed. Knight of Wands. Ten of Cups. Beautiful. We love to see that one. And another Temperance card. I'm loving the Temperance energy. It's really cooling everything down. There's a lot of cool. That's the gentle deer spirit, I think. It's very cool. It's very soft. It's not harsh. I got the Three of Swords. Ace of Swords. There's the clarity. And then the Four of Swords. Four of Coins. Now Temperance. Another star. And the moon. I love to see the celestial bodies here. The luminaries. And the Fool. Beautiful. There's the freedom. And then we have the Devil. Queen of Swords. Five of Swords. Didn't mean for that, but we'll take the Ace of Cups. Now we'll take for the Judgment reversed. Hold on. Something flipped over. What flipped over? Another High Priestess reversed. Oh, just happened to see the Magician as well. Okay, on the bottom. Eight of Swords. You've been in denial of your own power, I think. You've been in denial of what you're truly capable of. Another Nine of Swords reversed. Two of Coins. Four of Swords. Queen of Coins. Strength reversed. And the Empress with the Eight of Coins at the bottom of the deck. Beautiful. Okay. A lot of depth to this reading, so we're going to definitely go deeper. So if you want to join, again, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much, Pisces. You know I love you. Have an amazing April. Take care. Bye-bye.